Hello.
Hello, Mr. Joshua.
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's all good.
Yeah, you said God is imaginary. That's a positive claim. Why do you say that?
For precisely what it means. You know what imaginary means, right?
Yeah, something that's not real, correct?
Precisely.
Why do you deem that he's not real? What justification do you have for that?
I mean, beyond your imagination, do we have any evidence outside of our imagination that God's real?
Wait, so you're using the word imagination in the same context, saying something is outside of our imagination, therefore it's not real?
No, something is exclusively only within our imagination as a product of our creativity, and yet it's not realistic enough for us to manifest it in the real world, so it remains purely imaginary. Just like all other forms of entertainment, Superman, Santa Claus.
Wait, but Superman and Santa Claus are not outside your imagination, using your own logic. That makes you inconsistent, right?
Superman and Santa Claus are within our imagination and they are imaginary, and we've relegated such things to entertainment.
Right. So, what evidence do you have that God is not real?
God fits the same token as Superman. It's a fictitious idea.
Perfect. Can I give you a syllogism for the beginning of the universe and see what you disagree with?
I mean, you're the one that's supposed to be telling me why you disagree with me, so you can give me whatever you want.
Okay, I'll do that. The reason why I disagree, and this is what the syllogism says, everything that begins to exist has to have a cause. That's premise one. Premise two, the universe began to exist, right? Premise three, therefore the universe has a cause. Premise four, whatever causes the universe must be a necessary being. That cause has to exist by its own nature and cannot not exist. Premise five, a necessary being causes the universe, and that's what we understand as God. What do you disagree with
Your
and why?
definition of the universe, the way I define the universe, it cannot have a beginning. So your syllogism is only isolated to a specific type of definition of the universe, which I would really think you're talking about a dimension of reality. Because if there is a creator of the universe, there will be at least two dimensions of reality. But if universe, by my definition, which is all inclusive, everything, everywhere, every time, everyone, in any shape or form, all inclusive, no exception. In the absence of the universe, there is nothing but pure nothingness, right? So, by my definition, the universe in of itself couldn't have had a beginning. So, by my definition, your God is part of the universe, or whatever you think created your universe is part of the universe, as I define it.
Okay, well, do you support like premises consistent with science?
Sure, and also logic.
Perfect, science and logic. I agree. Have you ever heard of the Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem? Have you ever heard of
No,
that?
no.
It's a scientific theorem that's widely accepted among the top cosmologists, and this is something that is considered universal consensus. And what it says is that any universe with an average expansion rate greater than zero must have a beginning. So in simplified,
Sure, sure.
yeah.
And that's still a sub universe. Universe all inclusively will be the totality of anything that exists, regardless of what shape, form, time, period, status. So you can try to break that definition down. My definition of universe is all inclusive, just by the definition of the word universal, right? All of existence. All of
Perfect.
existence in of itself can be subdivided. As we can see, we human beings do have the ability to initiate certain things into existence. So who cares, right? All I'm saying is God, as we've imagined it, is purely imaginary. And despite all your syllogism and all your arguments, it still doesn't make God true. It still makes God,
Well,
in
wait a
fact,
minute. It
purely a
actually
product of your
does.
imagination.
Well, it's not a product of my imagination because using the definition that you even said, you said the universe consists of all things. The universe is therefore a conglomeration of contingent things, right?
No,
All
whether
contingent.
universe, whether contingent or non-contingent, falls under the definition of universe within my definition. It doesn't matter
The
the
uni-
status or the state of a thing. As long as it exists in any shape or form, it's part of the universe. And the universe in
host,
of itself will be the totality of all such things.
host. The universe can't be contingent and non-contingent at the same time. That's a
Well,
logical
then God cannot
contradiction.
exist.
What? Do you know what the definition of contingent means?
Listen, that it depends on something for its existence, right?
Exactly. So
Okay,
if the
does
universe,
does
wait,
your
wait,
God
hold on,
does
hold on.
no, 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 hold up,
Hold
hold
on.
up, hold up, hold up. Does your God depend on something for his existence?
No, he's the foundation of all
Okay,
things.
then by my definition, there's at least one aspect of the universe that is not contingent. So your God, in fact, is also part of my definition of the universe, which is all inclusive.
Wait, justify what you just said. How
God
is
means
God?
universe means
Huh?
everything, everywhere, everyone, regardless of status, state of being,
I
regardless
reject that
of.
definition.
You can reject it all you want. It's basic English, my friend. Universal is all inclusive. That means no exception at the core of its definition. Now, scientifically, we use it subjectively and intrinsically to describe certain aspects of our reality, like the observable universe, the non observable universe. That word, really, in practice, will really be the word dimension, right? Our dimension of reality rather than our universe. And you're misconstruing that meaning with the totality of all things, which is the foundational definition of the universe. Everything,
No, that's
everywhere,
not the definition
everyone,
of the
every
universe,
way,
sir.
every shape.
No,
Universe,
it's
no
not everything and
exceptions.
everyone. That's the whole point. If science says that the universe had a beginning, whatever caused the universe to have an existence has to be outside of it by
When
logical
when
default.
science says that the universe has a beginning, it's not talking about the universe literally. It's only talking about our observation of reality and our
No, that's not true.
dimension of reality. It's not talking
Find me
about the
one
totality
cosmologist
of
that
it.
said that. Wait. You just made a huge claim. Find me one cosmologist that said that what you said.
I cannot go into those details, bro. So you need to educate yourself.
But I
Let me
can.
hold up,
Here,
hold
I
up,
can give
hold
you a
up,
quote right
hold up,
now.
hold up. Let me put it for you this way, okay? Do scientists claim that the universe began out of absolute nothingness?
Yes.
Out of
Yes, I have
absolute
the quote.
nothingness?
Yes, I have the quote. You ready? I have the quote.
Hold up. Scientists claim that the universe began out of absolute nothingness?
Yes,
And
I
you
have the
believe, hold
quote.
up, hold up. You believe that?
Obviously, I'm appealing to science, of course.
So you believe that the universe began out of absolute nothingness, so it's not God.
Yes,
So why are you arguing for the existence of God?
because God created the universe out of nothing. He's the foundational cause.
No, that
That's
means that
the
the
thing.
universe did not come out of pure nothingness if someone
Wait,
created it.
host, I love the fact that you're running. Can you find me a cosmologist that just said what you said earlier?
I already
Don't
told
run.
you that I don't memorize the name of cosmologies. It's just basic logic. If you're
Okay, can I
claiming,
give you a cosmologist that says that you're wrong?
no,
Can I
no,
quote
hold
him?
up, hold up. You can quote your grandfather or your grandmother. It doesn't matter. You just need to address my point. This is my point. If you believe that the universe began out of pure nothingness, that means that, guess what? It's not someone or something that brought it into existence. It's nothingness that brought it into
No,
existence.
host, do you
Now, if
remember?
you think that there is someone who brought the universe into existence, then the universe did not come out of something. It came from someone.
Host,
So
remember,
which
remember.
one is it that
Here,
you
here,
believe
I'll
in?
tell you. It's okay. I'll tell you. Remember that I told you. If the universe had a beginning and it has a cause, that cause by logical and scientific default has to be outside of the universe. It's not in the universe, it's outside of it,
By
right? Wait, hold on.
definition, by
Let me finish. Let me
definition,
finish.
hold
Let me
up,
finish. Let me
hold
finish.
up,
Let me
hold up,
finish.
hold up. By definition, it wouldn't exist if it's outside of the universe.
Okay, so if a PlayStation 5 has a cause for its existence, are you telling me Sony, the creators of the PlayStation, they don't exist because they're outside of the PlayStation?
There's only two possibilities. Either the universe began out of pure nothingness, or it never began at all and it's always been there.
Again, let's go back to it.
There is
If the
only two
universe,
possibilities. I address my point directly. There's only two possibilities.
I'm trying to,
Either
you're interrupting me
listen,
every single second. Let me
do you
finish. Let me address it.
I mean, do you understand what I'm saying though?
I understand you
Okay, so so
100%.
so,
Let
so
me
let me
address it.
reiterate myself so you can address my specific points. There's only two possibilities. Either the universe, meaning that everything that exists originates out of pure nothingness, with not from someone, not from something, just like pure nothingness, if you can find up that, or it's always existed in some shape or form, regardless of how it's transformed from one state to another. So you
Or
tell
something
me,
could initiate, or something could be the cause of the universe coming into existence because that's
again,
consistent with
if there was
science.
something that existed before what you call the universe, it is still the universe because, like I said, as long as something exists, it needs to be somewhere in some shape, way, or form. And that, by definition, is also part of the universe.
No, because, okay, you know what you're saying right now? You know what you're saying? You're creating something called the fallacy of an infinite regress. Something,
It's only a fallacy to people who've already been corrupted by the idea of God, thinking that God has to be the initiator of all things, when in fact, you're the one who believes in infinite regress because your God exists infinitely regressively into the past.
no, what are you talking about, dude? What,
How,
hold on, hold on.
hold on.
Wait.
Okay,
What
check
is
this
an
out, check
infinite
this out,
regress?
check this out. Hold up. How old is your God?
He's eternal.
Okay, the universe is eternal.
No, it's not. That's not what
Okay,
science
then
says.
your
It
God,
rejects that.
no, your God's not.
Again, host, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying, right? You're strawmanning me. I'm not sitting here saying
No,
that
you're
my
the one
God.
who is strawmanning me.
Host, let me finish, right? Let me finish.
I
I know you're
already gave
scared.
you the
This is what happened the
definition
first
of
time I
the
debated you.
universe as I understand it, and you cannot disagree with my definition of the universe.
I
It's
sure can.
literally
I
the
reject
meaning
it.
of the word.
Again, you're misrepresenting me and attacking strawman. You keep presupposing that God is inside the universe. That's not what I'm saying. God has to be the foundation. He has to be the
I don't
starting
need to
point.
presuppose. What I said to you is if something is outside of the universe, that's the definition of non-existence. You've already
What?
conceded that your God doesn't exist. Tell me, bro, where can we
I'd
find
never
things?
conceded that.
Hold up. Can we find things that don't exist within the universe?
Can we find things that doesn't exist within the universe?
Can we find things that don't exist within the universe?
Sure, we can conceive of things that don't exist in
I
the
didn't ask
universe.
you if
Like
we can conceive. I said find. Can we find things that don't exist within the universe?
no, that's a logical contradiction, sir.
Okay, where can we find things that don't exist?
Where we can't. That's the whole point of it not
Okay, so those
existing.
such things are outside the universe, would you say?
Yes, like the laws
Okay,
of
like
logic.
your God, like your God.
Like the laws of logic, yes.
The
Wait,
laws
hold.
of
I have a question. I have a question for you. The laws of logic, do they exist within the universe or outside of it?
they exist within our imagination, but they are consistent with our active day-to-day reality. That's why we can make utility out of them. Not every idea that human beings imagine is useless. Any idea that human beings have imagined that is consistent with their observable reality and that they can put to use in the process of problem solving takes the shape and form of reality as its utility dictates, not
Host,
just
what are you
purely
talking
as it
about?
is imagined.
Host, what are you talking about? You just told 230 people that logic exists in our imagination. No, it doesn't. It's a
Listen,
fundamental reality.
again,
What are you talking about?
listen, a fundamental
Do the laws
reality.
of logic exist outside the universe? Yes or no?
The laws of logic are a product of our mind. And the product of our mind that have utility because it is consistent with our active day-to-day reality. Hence, it has utility. If the laws of logic had no utility, it would be just as good as fiction, as every other thing that we imagine in our
Beautiful.
mind that has no utility.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now I have a question. Did the laws of logic exist before human beings were on Earth? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so before human beings, is the statement logically true? The universe exists. Before human beings were born on Earth, is the logical statement true? Human beings exist. I mean, or the rocks exist. Let's use that.
I don't know.
Really? So before human beings were on Earth, the logical statement, galaxies exist, that wasn't true?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So
I'm a
you
human
weren't
being.
there at the time.
Hold up. I'm a human being, right?
Okay, yes.
So the purest answer I can give you is that I don't know. Now, if you want me to speculate, I can run you down 100 different speculations. But purely, the answer is I don't know. If you're going to ask me that question in that way, and if you don't like it, I guess maybe you know.
Yeah, if we're following logic and then we follow philosophical and scientific reasoning, yes, we would conclude that logic is an eternal, metaphysical, universal law that everybody knows and follows. So I don't understand. How are you rejecting something?
And yet it's a product of human ingenuity. It's like listen, logic works for us in the same way that language works for us. Okay, like something which is the product of the mind, and yet it has use, utility. In fact, that's the great, how do I put it, frontier of idealism and realism. Right, human beings will all have the ability to imagine these fantastic things, but not all the things we imagine have use beyond entertainment. But the things that do have use beyond entertainment, you can usually see how they translate into some form of problem solving, which is what gives logic its validity, or even mathematics, or anything else, right? If you spoke a language that only you understood, what use is that language, right? But then, if you spoke a language that somebody else understands, it solves the problem of communication. Then it's no longer just gibberish. It now carries, some type of utility. The same thing is
Oh,
true about everything that we imagine. The problem is you probably don't understand the imagination in depth to be able to separate things that we imagine that don't exist and things that we imagine that do exist and how they do exist, even if they are purely idealistic.
host, I'm not appealing to imagination. I'm appealing to reality and facts, right? So before human
What is
beings,
reality? Can you define reality in the way you understand it?
yes, that in which is consistent with our existence. That's a good definition.
Oh no, reality simply means the state of the world as it is, rather than conceptual or imagined or idealistic. That's what it means by definition, at least.
That which is in concordance to our existence. That's exactly what I just said.
The
You
state of
just
the
said the
world
same thing.
as the state of the world as it is, rather than imagined or conceptual, right? So in reality is not really a game of imagination. In reality goes beyond imagination. Reality at that point is manifestation. So it needs to be observed to be so, rather than imagined to be so.
Manifestation. What are you talking about? Okay, I feel like we deviated. Can you address the scientific? Can you address your disagreement with the scientific justification of the universe having a beginning?
I already
Science
told you. I
confirms that the
already
universe
told
had a
you. I
beginning.
already told you that it's not really a disagreement as much as a nuance. I understand that the way science defines the universe, it defines it more from the perspective of our dimension of reality, rather than the all inclusivity of all existences that have ever existed, will ever exist, and do exist. So science really approaches the idea of the universe from a subjective perspective. Our observable
No, it
universe,
doesn't.
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Again, I asked you
Here, I'll give
earlier.
you.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
I got something
hold
for
up.
you.
No, no,
I got
no, hold
something
up,
for
hold
you.
up,
I'll
hold
give
up.
you another scholar.
No, no, hold up, hold up, hold up. I asked you earlier if scientists believe that the universe came out of nothing. I would like to dig on that a little bit. So, what scientists believe that the universe came out of nothing?
Yeah, Katie Mack. She received a Hawking Chair in Cosmology and Science Communication at the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics.
Okay, tell me,
This
what
is
does
no
she
Joe
say?
Schmo. She's
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of the
give
greatest
me,
scholars in all of history.
elaborate on her claims.
Yeah, I'll give you her quote. I think the coolest thing about the universe is that we can see its beginning, so we can see the Big Bang. When we look out into the universe, I'm going to say that again for you. When we look out into the universe, so we can observe back into the universe, we can look at a distant galaxy. We're looking at the universe as if it were younger, because we're looking at something that is so far away. The light took a long time to get to us, and we can see the light from the time when the whole universe was sort of a cosmic fireball state, when it was hot and dense of the Big Bang, where the space itself was filled with hot plasma. So when we look out into the cosmos, we can see this background light coming from the most distant reaches of the universe. And that background light is the fading of the cosmic fire from the very, very, very first moments. It lasted 180,000 years, which is a tiny amount of time in the history of the universe. So she's even concluding that this
Hold up.
universe.
No, no, hold up, bro. I don't see how that translates to the universe beginning out of nothing. You didn't say anything about the universe beginning out of nothing. Your claim when you brought
Here,
her
matter of
up
fact,
was
here,
that
I'll read
she
the first
claims that
sentence
the
again.
universe began out of nothing. So I want you to elaborate. Which scientist emphatically claims that the universe began out of nothing? Nothing.
I
As in,
just read it to you. I think the coolest thing about the universe is that we can see its beginning.
what does that
Literally,
imply?
I just that's the first
What does that
sentence in the
imply?
quote. That the universe had a beginning out of nothing. It
No,
is a
no, no,
conglomeration of
no.
continuous things.
You see,
It had a
you're
beginning.
wrong. You're 100% wrong. If I say that something had a beginning, if I imply that something has a beginning, it doesn't necessarily translate that the beginning is out of nothing. Psych.
What?
Yeah, just because I said that, look, something has a beginning, it doesn't mean I'm implying that it began out of nothing.
But wait a minute. Let's use your definition.
So whatever
But
that
hold on. Let
scientist,
me
no, no, no,
respond.
no, whatever that cosmologist was claiming, she wasn't claiming that it began out of nothing. She's just claiming that it had a beginning to the best of her understanding. Now, my question to you was,
Wait.
has
Let me
any
respond to what you said. Let
scientist
me
ever
respond to what you
claimed that
said.
the universe began out of nothing? You are yet to
Host,
answer
let
that
me
question.
respond to what you said. Do you remember your first definition? You said the universe is the totality of all contingent things. You remember we agreed to that? So if the universe is the totality
No,
of
I did
all
not say
contingent
that. I did
things,
not say that.
you said the universe is absolutely everything and everyone. End
Whether
quote.
it is contingent or not contingent, as long as it exists, is the universe. Correctly so.
You
That's
said
what
the
I said.
universe is everything. Yeah, you also said the universe is everything and everyone. It doesn't matter. End quote. Is
Exactly.
that
So
not what you said?
I did not isolate
Okay.
I did
So
not isolate
perfect.
hold up. I did not isolate my definition only to contingent things. So whether you think something is contingent or not contingent, my statement is as long as it exists, all inclusively, it is part of the universe.
Sir, given the definition of the law of non-excluded middle, it's either contingent or necessary, right? If something is
Again,
contingent, it's dependent on something else. If
again,
something is necessary, it has to be
it
foundation.
still doesn't hinder my definition. Universe simply means as long as it exists, The totality of all things that have ever existed, that will ever exist, that do exist, regardless of their state of being, regardless of how they came into existence, regardless of how long they've been into existence, regardless of status, regardless of power, regardless of identity, regardless of shape or form. It doesn't matter. If you can relate something with the word existence, it adds up to form the universe. So even if at some point
Perfect.
the universe was this singular almighty being, it's still the universe. That's why I said to you, by my definition, your God will still be the universe.
Okay, so in a sense, you said the universe is the conglomeration of all things, right? What else other than all things is included, right? It's either all things or nothing, correct?
Facts.
Perfect. So if the universe that contains all things had a cause, it had to have been out of nothing because
Again,
it's either
I said to you, listen, I said to you that by my definition, that universe cannot have a cause.
you just I just gave you the scientific fact showing you
Again,
that it did.
again, I already made it clear to you that the context in which I'm using universe, scientists don't use it in that way. They use it more intrinsically and observationally based on the totality of our scientific knowledge, which continues to expand as time goes by. So scientists are not talking about the totality of all things that exist. They're only talking about the totality of what they can observe. Honestly,
No, that's
so.
not what no. That's not true. That is not true. Find me a scientist. Wait. Host, find me a scientist that just said what you said. Show me as anything that remotely close to what you said. Because every cosmologist that I have researched, they say everything, the totality of all things. I
That
can give
have
you three.
hold on, hold on,
State
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
all
hold on.
three main
Did
stating
you
that.
did you did you hear my definition of the universe, like, bro?
Yes, I
Okay.
heard your
Did you hear
definition.
the part where I said everything that has ever existed, that will ever exist, that exists right now? So the totality of it, past, present, future. So there is no beginning, there is no end, there is only the all. It's either that or nothing within my definition of the
Here.
universe. I am not excluding, I'm not isolating any specific thing within the universe to space time. As long as it exists, or has ever existed, or will exist, you and I are looking at this from a
Okay.
perspective
Here.
where we are looking at the entire conglomerate of it, right? That's what I
Here.
mean by
I'll take it
universe.
from a
Now,
different.
when scientists are talking about the universe, they're not talking about future. At very best, they're talking about past and present. I'm talking about whether it existed or it does exist or will exist. If you add it up, if you had that ability, it will come up to the universe. So, in the absence of all of that, there is nothing.
Okay, here, I'm going to take it from a different angle. The Bordet-Guth-Vilenkin theorem says that any universe with the average expansion rate greater than zero must have a beginning. Justify
There
the
is only one
eternality of the
universe.
universe.
There's only one
Wait,
universe.
hold on. Let me finish. Justify how the universe is eternal given that universal accepted theorem. It says
There's
that the universe, any expansion has to be greater than zero. If it's greater than zero, it has a beginning. How is the universe eternal using that theorem?
again,
Go ahead.
again, again, like I said to you, it's all inclusive. And by my definition of the universe, it cannot have a beginning. There is no zero.
Wait, so when it says anything that expands greater than zero must have a beginning, the universe has an expansion rate. It can be measured,
Again,
right?
again,
Because
again, the
hold on, let me
expansion.
finish.
Hold
Let me
up. No,
finish,
no, no,
host.
no. Listen, listen, listen. That's where you come again. You're now talking about the intrinsic movements within the universe, not the universe itself. The expansion of the universe is not an extrinsic thing. It's not the universe
That's not
increasing
what
its
I'm talking about.
boundaries externally. It's movements of objects or things within the universe moving apart from each other. It doesn't change the state of the universe in of itself as something which is all inclusive. You keep mixing
Host,
those
what?
definitions. You keep mixing those definitions.
Host, host. No, I'm not. When the Big Bang happened, right? When the Big Bang happened, first of all, what is the Big Bang? What is the Big Bang model? Do you even know that?
The Big Bang, according to scientists and their understanding, will be what they would term the initiating point of our observable universe as we know it. Now, they do not have an in-depth understanding of what it was like when all that energy was compressed into a single point. They don't have any idea of how long it was compressed into a single point. They don't even know if it was compressed into a single point or if that energy entered our dimension of reality from another dimension of reality, they are still studying. But as far as the horizon of our understanding as humans, the Big Bang is the best that we can offer. But it doesn't imply
Perfect.
that there wasn't something that came before.
Perfect. You're absolutely incorrect. First of all, no cosmologist says that it is what we know as the highest point of our observable universe. The great Stephen Hawking himself disagrees with you. He actually stated, "Oh, I'm sorry, I take it back." Wendy L. Freeman, Observational Cosmology. She actually stated, "So before Hubble, we didn't know whether there were other galaxies, whether the regions, part of the Milky Way, unambiguously established that there are other galaxies, and those galaxies are undergoing an overall expansion. Almost all galaxies we see are moving away from us. And if you go far back in the past, where the universe would have been very dense, very hot, that's what led to the picture of what we now call the Big Bang. So that's not
Hold up,
intrinsically
hold up,
all the
hold up, hold up,
aspects.
hold up. If you go back, according to the Big Bang, if you go back as you follow this expansion backwards, what do you end up with?
You end up to the infinite singularity.
You end up with
I can
what?
give you Stephen
Hold up,
Meyer.
hold up, hold up. You end
Yeah,
up with
you
what?
you go to the infinite point of singularity, the infinitely hot, dense singularity that expanded,
Hold up. Did you
meaning
just
the
use the
universe.
word? What do you mean by in? What do you mean by infinite singularity?
Yeah, sure. Here, let me give you the return to the God hypothesis, page
No, no, no,
212.
no, 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 no,
I'll
no,
do
no,
it in
no,
one
no, no. I just
second.
want a very quick description or explanation. What do you mean by infinite singularity? What do you mean by that?
Right. So I guess it's to a point where space time itself had an infinite dense curvature. Here,
What
I'll
do you
give you
mean?
the
What
exact.
do you mean by infinite?
Yeah, as the universe expands, space or space time
No, no.
flattens and the curvature of space decreases and approaches zero.
What do you mean by infinite,
I just told you. The
bro? What
infinite
does?
density of curvature in space time.
Hold up. Does the infinite you're talking about include a beginning and an end?
No, it's eternity. It's eternal. That's the point.
That's my point. Whatever that singularity was or is, by my definition, that's still part of the universe. So what
How
you
if it's
so
outside of the
The
universe?
Big Bang is not really describing the beginning of the universe. It's describing a transformation at some point within the universe. Use your brain. Use
No,
your
it's
brain.
not.
Use
No, it's
your
not. You want to
brain.
know why?
Use your brain because you just
I
said
am
it.
gonna use it.
If you go back, you end up with an infinite singularity. So whatever the fuck that
Right.
was, it's
That's
still part
outside of the
of the
universe, right?
universe.
Wait, did you hear it again? That's outside the universe, right?
No,
Because
it's
Albert
not outside the
Einstein told
universe.
you.
It's not outside the
Why
universe.
don't you
It's
let me talk, dude?
no, listen, listen,
Let me
listen,
finish. Don't
listen.
be
It's
scared.
not outside the universe. It's outside our dimension of reality. That's two different things. Because our reality,
Wait, 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 wait,
based
wait, wait. Say what you just said again. Say what you just said again and hear
it,
yourself. It's
it
not
is,
what?
it's not outside the universe per se. It is outside our dimension of reality.
Our dimension of reality.
Yes.
Our dimension of reality is the universe. What are you talking about?
No,
You,
sir.
you have to hear
No,
yourself.
sir. Our dimension of reality is part of the universe, but it's not all of the universe. Use your brain.
Are you joking?
Use
Are you
your
serious?
brain.
Yo, wait. Listen, yo, our dimension of reality is not the universe. Is that what you just said just now?
Our dimension of reality is part of the universe, but it's not all of the universe.
What is the universe in our reality? Yes or no?
Our reality is part of the universe, but there's much more to the universe than just our
Yeah.
reality.
Sir, is all of the universe in the reality that we are living in today? Yes
No,
or no?
no. Our
What? No?
reality, listen again, our reality is within the universe, but there is more to the universe that our reality has not yet been realized to us, that we haven't realized. You listen to the word reality, okay? Reality, its root word, I mean, the root word for the word realize is reality, right? So the universe is vast. And there's some things about the universe that we have realized, and such things are real
What
to
is
us.
it? What is your
And
definition of reality?
listen again. There are some things about the
Yo,
universe. There are some things about the universe that we have realized, and there's much more for us to realize. So when we are talking about our reality, we are only talking about what we have realized, but we know that there is more to realize. Use your brain. Just use your brain. It's not complicated,
sir,
bro.
sir.
It is not
No,
complicated.
You're baffling me. You just sat there and said the universe is not a part of our reality. The definition of the word, the ontological definition of the word reality, it says the state or quality of having existence.
Listen, let
The
me ask you.
world or the state
Let
of
me ask you a
things
question.
actually
Let me
does
ask you
that
a
include
question.
the
Let me.
universe?
No, no, no. You're making a mistake. You're making a mistake. Okay. Let me ask you something. Is the ocean part of water, or is water part of the ocean?
Is the ocean part of what? What are you,
Listen,
huh?
listen again and answer the question. Is the ocean part of water, or is water part of the ocean? Which one
The
is a part
water that
of?
is in the ocean makes the ocean. What are you talking about?
Bro, just answer my question the way I've asked you. Is the ocean itself part of water, or is water part of the ocean? Which is which?
The water that is located in the ocean makes the ocean. What are you talking
I
about,
didn't. I
sir?
didn't ask you.
What?
That's not.
Instead of deviating to a disanalogous analogy, can you just address what you just said? You said the
brother,
universe is not a part of our
brother,
reality.
brother. I'm gonna ask you my question again. I want you to answer my question the way I've asked you.
I
Would
don't know how
you
to answer
would
that. I've never heard of
Yeah,
this
yeah, you
before.
do know, because
This is strange.
I'm giving you an either or. So think about it carefully. Is water part of the ocean, or is the ocean part of water?
The ocean is a part of water. I'll rock with that. Go ahead.
Explain. Okay, hold on. What is water? No, no, hold on. What is water?
H2O, it's a liquid,
What is the ocean?
a collection of water in a
And
specific location.
and
The life form of all aquatic and marine things.
okay. So would you say that the ocean contains water, or will you say water contains the ocean?
The ocean is a collection of water.
Would you say the ocean is not just the water, it's also the location where the water is found? The ocean can be
I just
empty.
said that. The
Hold up,
ocean does not
hold
contain
up,
water.
listen,
It's
bro,
where the
listen.
water is
The
located.
ocean can be empty. So let me ask you, is it water that contains the ocean, or is it the ocean that contains water?
Ocean doesn't contain anything. Ocean is the location and collection of water. What does this have to do with what you said earlier? This makes no sense.
Bro. You are
This
trying
is
to
madness.
hold up. Listen. Let me ask you a better question. Let me put it in a way that you understand, because you're trying to play games, right?
What?
Hold up. Is the house a part of the brick, or is the brick a part of the house?
Is the house a part of the brick or is the brick a part of the house?
Yes.
In that instance, the brick is a part of the house.
Okay. The universe is the house, and the brick is our reality. Use your brain. Shit. Use your damn brain.
Bro,
Use your
what
damn
does that
brain.
have to do? Bro,
Use your
here,
damn
let's use that.
brain.
Yeah, I'll use my brain. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm going to use that same analogy against you, right? No, I got you right now. I'm going to use that same exact analogy, right? So, our perception of the reality in the universe, right? Given the definition of reality, right? Does the universe exist, the whole universe within our reality? Yes or no?
No.
Oh my God. So that all of the universe does not exist within our reality? Are you serious, bro?
Because we haven't realized all of it yet. We don't even know. There's much that we don't know. Use your brain. You have to give room for learning. Use your
I got
damn
it.
brain.
I got it. I got it. I got it. Oh wait, so okay, I don't know. I don't know everything there is to know about trigonometry. Does that mean it therefore does not exist?
That means that there might
Using
be that means that there might be some principles that don't exist because you haven't realized it yet, and at that point, there's still just a theory or something that you're still trying to learn, but you haven't realized it yet. So yeah, there might be some aspects of trigonometry that exist, but not everything necessarily that is claimed outside of
okay, perfect.
realization can be considered true.
Perfect. Perfect. Let's up the stakes. Do you know everything there is to know about your own mind and brain?
I mean, I do.
Oh, so you know absolutely everything, all the brain parts and everything in
Well,
your mind?
if you put it that way, no, I don't.
So according to your logic and reasoning, it doesn't exist because you don't know everything of it, right?
What I don't know of it doesn't exist. How do I know that
Right.
it
So
exists?
if you don't
Hold on,
know of
hold on,
it, that
hold on,
means it
hold on,
doesn't
hold on, hold on,
exist.
hold
So
on, hold on, hold
part
on,
of your brain is missing.
hold up. Tell me something about my brain that I wouldn't know or have access to within our day and time.
Say it again.
Tell me something about my brain that I wouldn't know or have access to within our day and time with the knowledge and capability that we have.
Perfect. The amount of numerical synaptic connections that formulate your brain during thoughts.
So I don't know that, right?
No, you don't. But
So
according to your logic, if
hold
you
up,
don't
hold
know,
up,
it
hold
doesn't
up, hold
exist.
up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. According to my logic, what exactly doesn't exist?
You just sat there and said your whole logic of reasoning was
Hold,
is
no, no,
that
no, no, no.
when I asked
Stay with the brain and the synaptic, whatever that you just said. What exactly wouldn't
when I
exist
asked you
within that
earlier,
context?
you sat there and told me since we can't conceive of it, therefore it does not exist because we can't really know.
Because we haven't realized it yet. So we cannot say it's real.
Exactly.
We cannot say it's real.
Okay, so you haven't realized how your brain operates neurologically, therefore it's not real?
Now, I've realized how my brain operates neurologically enough for me to be functional as a human being. But any aspects of my brain neurologically that I haven't realized doesn't exist to me. If you ask me what it was, I couldn't tell you. I will have to lie to
We can
you.
tell in this conversation. We can tell.
I mean, the same applies to you if you're human, unless you're not human.
Oh no, no, no! I'm appealing to something higher than myself. That's why I can justify my.
How do you know it's
You're
higher than
sitting here.
you? How do you know that something is higher than you?
Yeah, perfect. Because the evidence, the scientific evidence, comports with my worldview, and I have a justification for it. The
How do
universe
you
had a beginning, which
again,
is within our reality, and
again,
something sustains the
again?
universe.
You know what? You know what, bro? Look up the definition, the scientific definition of the word universe.
Okay, sure. I mean, even though I can tell you, it's the conglomeration of all contingent things. The universe is all space-time, matter,
bro,
and energy.
look up the scientific definition of the universe.
I just
and
gave it
read
to you. Did you hear me? You're so quick to interrupt. You don't even listen to me.
I said look
I'll
it up.
say it again.
I said look it up and read it.
Yeah, the conglomeration of all contingent things. The universe is all space, time, matter, and energy. That's the definition.
So it doesn't include things that are not contingent.
Say it again.
So the scientific definition of the universe doesn't include things which are not contingent.
Things that are not contingent is not within the universe. That's the whole point.
again. So the scientific definition of the universe does not include things which are not contingent.
Can you give me an example of something non-contingent in the universe?
Bro, I'm asking you a question. Just answer yes or no.
Say it again.
The definition of the universe scientifically does not include things which are not contingent.
Correct.
Does science
Non-contingent things are not
affirm that there are some things which are not contingent?
Yes.
Give me an example of something scientific that science affirms is not contingent.
The laws of logic.
Science affirms that the laws of logic are not contingent?
Yes, it's a metaphysical truth that is objective and universal and always existed.
Nah, bro,
The
when you
laws
go
of logic-
metaphysical, that's no longer scientific. That's now philosophical. That's not scientific. That's philosophical. You're jumping hoops. I'm asking you based on what is
I'm not
science?
jumping hoops.
Science is the systematic study of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation, comparing theories against evidence obtained. So when you say scientifically, that includes the systematic study of the physical and natural world. So now, based on our systematic study of the physical and natural world, is there anything that we found which has no
I just thought
contingency?
about it. Yeah, if you're asking, okay, given that definition, if you're asking for things non-contingent, you have to appeal to philosophy. You have to.
I am
Because
not
something that
appealing.
is-
I am not appealing to
Well, hold on,
philosophy.
let me-
I am
bro, you gotta let
sticking
me
to
finish,
science.
bro.
I am
Don't let it
sticking to
finish.
science, just like you stuck to science. Don't jump the hoop to another discipline.
I'm not jumping the
Scientifically,
hoop.
bro, does science affirm the existence of something which is not contingent? Because I'm pretty sure science says
The evidence leads to it.
energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be
agree with that.
transformed from one form to another.
Sure. Okay.
What does that imply?
Exactly what you said.
That means
Energy has to be the source.
Hold up. That implies that energy cannot be created, right?
It can't be created or destroyed. It has to be the source of all things, correct?
Bro, no, that's not what it said. It can only be transformed from one state to another. It cannot be created,
Exactly.
neither can it be destroyed. So we know that energy was never created, right?
Yes.
So energy
My question is, what is your-
energy by definition would be eternal, scientifically, right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That energy
Okay.
that we can conceive of as God. That's what I'm saying.
Is energy part of the universe?
Energy is outside of the universe. That's the whole point.
Energy is not part of the universe.
Energy is part of the universe and outside of it because God intervened in creation and
Who
created
the,
it.
who the fuck went outside the universe to go and confirm that there was energy
This
there?
guy's slow. Again, if
No.
the universe had a beginning, let's try it again. If the universe had a beginning, the cause
Okay,
has to be
if the
spaceless,
universe,
timeless,
hold
and
on,
material,
no,
right?
no, no, brother. So, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but bro, stop saying if the universe had a
You've been
beginning.
doing it the whole time.
No, no, hold on. Stop saying if the universe had a beginning. What if the universe didn't have a beginning? What about?
Oh yeah, easy. If the universe didn't have a beginning, we would fall into a fallacy of an infinite regress, and on top of that, the universe would have died out a long time ago. Science and philosophy concludes that.
How do we fall into the fallacy of infinite regress? Tell me.
Easy, because I can give you a quick analogy. If you see a
No, no,
chain,
no,
right?
I want you to explain it to me without an analogy. Directly. Give me
Okay,
a direct
sure.
explanation. How do we fall into the fallacy of infinite regress if the universe, by definition, doesn't have a beginning?
Because you can't have an infinite chain of past events.
Is the universe only past events?
Remember, if
Bro, bro, bro,
it
bro,
has
bro, bro,
no
bro, bro,
time,
bro,
it
bro,
doesn't.
bro.
How
Let
are
me
you
ask you
saying
something.
sorry for interrupting me, but you
Hold up,
interrupted me?
no, hold up. Let me ask you a good question. From our perspective, where does reality begin? From the past or from the present?
If you hold in the A theory of time,
Where
the
does
past is
reality
long gone.
begin? Past or present?
What do you mean? Where does reality begin? It has a starting point.
Bro,
It's the present, and then it leads on to the future, and whatever is
bro,
past that is past.
bro. From our perspective of reality, where does reality begin?
The perspective of reality is subjective due to people's date of birth. What are you asking, dude?
As we are here right now, where does our reality begin? Right here, right now.
In the present. In the
Okay.
present, progressing
Okay.
towards the future, like I just said.
If we follow reality to the left, what do we call that?
What does that mean? Follow reality to the left. What do you call that? What are you
So
talking about?
if we look at a chain of events to the left, what will you call that?
What does that mean to the left? What does that mean?
Oh, to the past. Let me put it that way.
If I hold to a theory of time, the past doesn't exist anymore. Those events happened.
Do you notice that you keep speaking in uncertainty? If. I'm asking you a direct question. Just give me the answer.
Yeah, I'm holding on to specific theories, and I don't think you know what they are.
And those theories have confused you that you can't even have the simplest type of thinking. Okay, bro. Reality always
You said
begins
if
from
we
the.
follow
Hold
this
up,
to
hold
the
up,
left,
hold up, hold
you
up.
mean look into the
Hold up,
past? Is
hold
that
up.
what you're talking about?
No, I'm telling you that the problem of the infinite regress only exists if we existed in the past, but we exist in the present. We don't have a problem of infinite regress. We can infinitely imagine things as much as our lifespan allows us, right? The actual reality of those things when they were happening as present moments. They were not happening as past moments. So the problem of the universe not having a beginning and the infinite regress fallacy is bullshit. It's only bullshit if
Oh,
you
so what is an
assume
infinite regress?
that right now you and I exist in the past and then we're trying to get to the present. No, we exist in the present and then we can reflect on things which have passed and then we can also reflect on things which are yet to come. But what remains real and the only actualization of reality at any given time is present. So within every present moment, the infinite regressive fallacy is not an issue. It just depends on
Host,
brain power and lifespan.
host, what is an
So
infinite regress? Give me the definition right now of an infinite regress. Go ahead.
based on what you would say an infinite
No,
regress is,
not based on me. What is the definition? Not based on me. What is the definition of an infinite regress?
the
Do you even know?
an infinite continuation of events backwards.
Say it again.
An infinite continuity of events.
So an infinite continuation of events going backwards, right?
In whatever direction, it doesn't matter.
Perfect. So can you justify the eternality of the universe given an infinite regress? How can we be able to come to this point in time to where we stop doing what we're doing if things are infinitely continuing?
It's not how can we? The question is not how. The question is we are
Can you just
already
answer the
here.
question?
Bro, hold up. The question is we are already here. This is not a problem we're trying to solve. We're not trying to get to the present. We are already in the freaking present.
How can we get to the present if everything is going back to the past infinitely? That's the point.
Nothing is going back to the past. When we talk about the past, it's not in terms of going, it's in terms of reflection. We're just thinking of it. We're not physically going there. As far as the present moment, we are here already.
Wait, we're not going within time? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're not going nowhere. We're present. We remain
So,
present.
okay, perfect. Hold on.
Even in our conception of the past, it's still something we do within the present moment. The present moment is the only necessary ingredient for us to participate in that. Same thing with the future. You know,
So
the
we're
past,
not going in the past, right? We're not moving in time. So can you explain the justification of children turning into adults over a course of time? How are they aging if we're not moving in time? Like you just said.
No, I said when we think of the past, we are not physically moving in time. We're just reflecting on it, right?
Host, I just asked you, are we
hold up,
moving
hold
in
up,
time?
hold
You
up,
said
hold
no.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. A child aging is just going from present moment to present moment. And every time a present moment expires, it becomes
What? Yo! A child aging is going from present moment to present moment? Really? What? Yo!
Can I find that fountain of youth?
Where? Give me the skincare routine right now. How is a child going from a child to an adult in the present? How?
because every present
What?
moment might have a different variation of circumstances that surround it, but it still doesn't change the fact that in order for any real moment to be real, it has to be a present moment. So the progression or the continuity of the existence of a child. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Listen again. Let me fix your brain. Let me fix your brain. Your brain is shorting right
Oh,
now.
please do.
Okay. Let me tell you, the present moment is time right now, actualized. The past is a present moment which is no more. The future is a present moment which is not yet.
The past is the present moment, which is no more.
Is
That's
a
a
present.
logical contradiction.
Listen again. Listen again. The past is a present moment which is no more.
That's a logical
The
contradiction.
present is a present moment which is. The future is a present moment which is not yet. So
Justify
time
that with the laws of logic.
in of itself. So the past is something which was but is no more. Simple as that.
That's
Where's the
a logical
complication?
contradiction, sir.
There's no contradiction there.
Yes,
Yesterday,
it is, because P
listen,
cannot be P. Or
listen,
P and
listen.
not P. You can't have that.
Not in a world where energy can be transformed from one state to another. It's still energy.
Oh, God.
It's still a moment of
Host,
time. Listen. The
Host,
past,
you made a statement.
the past is still a moment of time. But what type of moment of time is it? It's no longer a present moment. It is now a past moment. And that's for the purposes of our conceptualization that we've divided it in that way. If not, we'll just be dealing with moments without having any sense of direction. But we've created this artificial spectrum to aid ourselves in thinking, where we describe certain events as past, describe certain events as present, and certain events as future. How's that complicated for you, my brother?
Host, you just retracted. You just sat there, and I quote you. The past is the present in which it's no more. Now you're sitting here saying something
If you're
completely
gonna
opposite.
if you're gonna paraphrase what I said, you should use my exact words. The past is a present moment which is no more.
That's exactly what I just said. I just said that.
So hold up. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question in line with this reasoning. Was JFK is JFK the president of the United States?
Is he? No, he was. Past tense.
What does that mean?
When he was alive, he was, in a point in time, the president of the United States. He's no longer the president.
When he was alive, was he present?
In the past, yes.
Bro. When he was alive, was he present?
In his time, yes.
Brother,
Are you joking?
When he was alive, was he present? Yes or no?
Bro, when he was alive, in his time, yes.
I don't care whose time it was, bro. You keep acting adjectives to my question. It's simple, yes or no.
In his time.
When
Another moment in
JFK
time, yes.
was alive and president of the United States, was he present?
In his time, he was present,
Bro,
indicating a different
again,
person's
listen,
time.
listen, listen.
What are you talking
I
about,
am
bro?
appealing to you to answer my question without adding an adjective. I want a simple yes or no, right? That's why I keep insisting. When JFK was alive and president of the United States, was he present? Yes or no?
Yes, in the past.
Brother. He was present. Yes or no?
In the past, yes.
In that moment
Is
that he was,
Are you crazy?
hold up. In that moment that he was alive, was that a present moment for him?
Absolutely. In
Okay,
that moment,
okay.
you just
So
said it.
guess what? Guess what? Listen. So there is a present moment that was, but is no more. In that present
In
moment, brother,
the
listen again. In that present moment, JFK is president of the United States. But as time rolls on and that present moment expires, so does JFK. Now, in this present moment that you and I find ourselves, there is a president of the United States. Who is president of the United States?
Donald Trump.
All right. Now, in 2032, will there be a president of the United States?
Wait. Go back to JFK for a second.
No,
So
no,
when
no,
he
no, no,
was
no, 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 no,
president,
no, 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 no. Hold up, hold up.
Wait,
We
you've been
can go
talking.
back.
Let
We
me
can
let
go
me
back
ask you a
when
question.
we can go back when I'm done with this. In 2032,
Okay.
will there be a president of the United States?
Yes.
Will that president be present?
Yes, in 2032, yes.
So we see that there is a present moment which is not yet. Use your damn brain, my brother. Use your damn brain. There is a
Nah,
present
this gotta
moment.
be
There is a
satire.
present moment which is no more. There is a present moment which is, and there is a present moment which is no more. We simply use the word past, present, and future to help us navigate the fact that some things are no more, some things are, and some things are not yet. Your brain just kind of rationalize
Oh,
that.
I got it. I see what you're doing. You're using B theory of time. So all moments in history are simultaneous. Is that what you're saying?
Did I say that?
Yeah, that's exactly what you summarized.
No,
You
no,
said
no,
the
no,
past is
no, no.
no
I
more. The
didn't say
past
that.
is the
I said
past.
what I said. I don't know whatever's going on in your head. That's you. That's not what I said. All I said was, guess what? There are some present moments which are no more. There are some present moments which are, and there are some present moments which are not yet. So we can look at the flow of time as simply a transformation from one present moment to another present moment. And the only
That's exactly what I
reality,
just said.
the only thing that gives substance to a moment is its presence. So there needs to be some evidence that that moment was present, is present, or
Perfect.
will be present. Use your
Perfect.
brain.
Are all those chain of events identical?
Of course, they're not identical because within the moments in of
So you
itself,
just
there's different.
contradicted yourself,
There's
right?
brother. Within those present moments, there's a different variation of events, sub events. In every event, there are sub events taking place. Okay, that's why we can break time down in years, weeks, days, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, nanoseconds. So in every event, regardless of what unit of measurement, it can be subdivided. So the different variation within the sub events will make every present moment unique. But then there's also another aspect of every present moment which every moment has in common. The fact that in order for it to be actualized, it has to be present and experientiable and realizable. Now the question
Okay.
is, once a
So
moment has passed, can it become present again in the exact same way that it was? The answer is no.
because they're not identical. Host, you just proved my point, the same point I've been repeating for the last 5 to 10 minutes. You did all of that just to prove my point again. My whole point this time is that past, present, and future are not identical. Once we're in the present, the past is
Bro, stop
non-existent. It
gaslighting me.
doesn't.
Your whole argument was
It's
the
not
problem of the infinite
gaslighting, dude.
regress. Listen, your whole argument was the infinite regress problem. We only got into this explanation for me to explain to you that the infinite regress problem is not really a problem, even if the universe didn't have a beginning. Because when we talk about past, present, and future, it's a conceptual act. It's not a physical act. So we don't have any
That's not
restriction
true.
except our lifespan and our brain processing power. If we
That's
had
not
an
true.
infinite amount of brain processing power, we can process infinity. But we cannot process infinity because eventually we run out of lifespan. That's it. That's the only
Proved my
problem. So
point.
the problem is not the infinite regression itself, is the mortality of humanity. So even if an infinite
Wait a minute.
regression was true,
Did you just hear what you just said? You just proved my whole point and you refuted yourself. You just sat there and said if we had an infinite amount of brain power, right? Say what you just said about the infinite amount of brain power. Say
you
exactly what you just said to the team, so
you
you
can
can hear
say it.
yourself.
You can say it if you were hearing me.
No, you say it, please,
No,
Almighty
no, no, no.
Bakanga. Say it.
If you heard me and you want to criticize what I said, tell me what I said.
Okay, so you sat there and said if we had an infinite amount of brain power, we can conceptualize infinity, right? But we can't do that because our brains are not infinite, right? Is that what you said?
Of course, because we run out of time.
Okay, now wait. Now apply that same logic to the universe. If the universe had an infinite amount of eternal time, that energy would have ran out a long time ago. All us finite beings would have been gone a long time ago. You just proved my point on why
Hold
the
up,
universe
hold
needed
up,
a
hold
beginning.
up, hold up.
Thank you. You contradicted
are,
yourself.
are you weird?
No,
Energy
you're trust me. Believe me, you're weird.
listen. Energy cannot run out. Use your brain. It can only be transformed from one state to another. Where is it gonna run out to?
Goofball. I said energy within the universe. It would have ran out a long time ago.
Run out,
given the
run out,
second
run out,
law of
and gone where? Where would it have gone to?
Say it again.
It cannot be destroyed. So when you say run out, where is it gonna go?
Our
And it runs
solar
out.
system would have went into heat death. Earth would have never existed, dude. That's what I'm talking about. We
You
would have
think-
never existed.
hold on.
Would have ran out a long time ago.
So you're claiming that energy can be destroyed?
No, what I'm claiming is that the energy that within our solar system, i.e., our sun, would have ran out a long time ago if it was eternal.
And guess what?
That's the point.
Guess what? From the perspective of infinity, it might still very much run out.
Can you give me a justification for that?
Even scientists tells you that it's burning fuel and it's transforming from one state to another. It's eventually gonna run out. The problem is that the time in which it's gonna run out far supersedes our lifespan, so we're not gonna be here to witness it. But it is gonna
You
run
didn't even
out.
just see host. You didn't even just see what I just did to you.
Bro. It is gonna run out. The energy in the sun is gonna run out.
Host, I just made you refute yourself and you didn't even realize it. I had you explain my point for me. If it's gonna run out, you just proved my point on why the universe can't be infinite. Because if it runs out,
Hold up. If it runs out, then it doesn't exist in that state anymore, but it would exist in another state. That is why we can observe the energy. What we say running out is not necessarily a going into non-existence. What's changing is the form, but the essence of energy itself remains energy. Just like if the water in the ocean evaporates, it doesn't like disappear. It just transforms. You know,
sir.
it just transforms. And in fact, what we do observe in the transformative aspects of reality, especially within the elements, we observe a loop that it seems like the transformative cycle of the energy in the universe is just circular. It goes from one state to another, eventually comes back to a state that it previously was. Just kind of like water, you know? No matter.
Wait, are you giving me the big crunch theory? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, you and your theories. That's not what I said. Whatever I said is what I said. I did not call it the big crunch theory. What is the big crunch theory? Tell me.
Exactly what you just said on how the universe expands and retracts over a course of billions of years.
I wasn't talking about the universe implicitly. I was talking specifically about energy.
But energy cannot be created or destroyed, so it wouldn't expand or retract anything.
So guess what? I'm talking about transformation, dude. Regardless of how it. Listen to the word transformation. So the infinite regress, the infinite regress does not affect the essence of energy itself. It can only affect its form. Yeah, and it's true that energy can be in a specific form, and then you know what? Once it changes to another form, it never goes back to being that form that it was previously. In fact, it's true about some things. Some things go in a loop. Some things are linear. For example, the form in which a human being finds himself in the present moment, given enough time, the human being will eventually decompose, and that specific bunch of energy would never be human again in the same exact form that it was previously. It becomes raw material or nutrition. It feeds into another aspect of reality. So the form in which I find myself in right now is not infinite. I know that this form will eventually be transformed from an embodied humanoid with functioning organs to a decomposed humanoid and eventually to dust.
Wait, host. Wait, would you agree then? Are we part of the universe according to your worldview? According to your first definition, yes, right? We're a part of the universe.
Of course, we're part of the universe.
Okay. My next question is that if you believe that the universe is eternal and it's infinite, can you give me the justification on why we're not infinite?
Because the universe in of itself is not a singularity, like a single thing. There are different elements within the universe, and those different elements interact with each other in different ways and in different shapes and forms. Based on those interactions, those things will take different forms at different points in time, and it's extremely difficult for anything within the universe to maintain a singular form infinitely, because there is consistent motion or constant motion within the universe in random
So
patterns.
wait, so when in this random paths and this difficulty and consistent motion, how does something go from a state of infinite power to finite power? How does that even happen?
Because the universe in of itself, within its infinity, it's the whole of it, not necessarily just a singular part of it. So yes, there are some things within the universe that will not be able. You see, the infinity of the universe does not depend on its form. It simply depends on its existence. So the universe could have an infinite number of forms and it will still be the universe. But different things within the universe will change based on the different occurrences within that specific region of the universe or that part of the universe.
But host,
It's not
you're not
complicated.
asking. Host, you really just tap danced around there. You didn't answer the question. If we are a part of the universe according to you, right,
We
and the
Yes,
universe is infinite, right? If we're a part of the universe and according to you, the universe is infinite, why don't we? Why are we not infinite?
because we are not the totality of the universe itself. We are only a part of it. And as a part of the universe, subject to the laws or the occurrences within the universe, we are also subject to the transformative process of energy within the universe, going from one state to another. But that transformation itself doesn't dictate the infinity of the universe. It only dictates the forms of the things within the universe.
Host, if energy is the universe according to you, and the universe is the conglomeration of all things, are we not energy? Yes or no?
We are a form of energy.
Right. So we're energy, right? So
We
if
are
energy cannot be created,
a form of energy.
yeah, this form of energy, right?
Can
Why is it
can be
destroyed?
it can be transformed, not destroyed. Transformed.
Okay, so what are we going to be transformed
It
into?
can transition its form intentionally or unintentionally,
Right.
right?
So when it's our time to go,
When ice melts, ice doesn't melt because it wants to melt. Ice melt because the sun rose and the temperature change and the environmental conditions change, and the way the ice interacts with the environment forces the ice to melt. It changes form. We are also subject to that because we individually are not the totality of the universe. We are only a part of it, a very minute part of it.
yeah, we're a part of it. So, all right, here, I'm going to use your logic. We are a part of the infinite, but we're not the totality of the infinite, therefore making us finite. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because the infinity of the
Yeah,
subject at
that makes
hand,
sense.
it's the totality of it, not not the different parts of it. I already told you. What makes the universe infinite is not what's in the universe, is the universe itself, regardless of what state it finds itself in. The universe doesn't
But
care
the
if humans.
universe itself
So
is the part of the whole thing.
whether humans exist or not, whatever we've called the universe, that thing, it might not be called the universe because we're not there to call it the universe, but it would still be.
Wait. So let me make sure I get you right. The universe is infinite, but we're not, even though we're a part of the infinite universe, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So here, if we have a pizza pie, right? Right? If a part of the pizza pie, right? It's not the whole thing, it's a part of it. Does that disqualify it from being the pizza pie or no?
The pizza pie is round, right?
Right. If I take a part of it
Hold up,
off,
hold
what do
up,
I
hold
have in
up,
my
hold
hand?
up, hold up, hold up. Just because the pizza pie is round doesn't mean that every part of the pizza pie is round. Use your brain.
Yeah, I'm using my brain. If I take a piece of the pizza off, what is in my hand?
If you take what?
If I have the pizza pie in front of me and it's round, like you just said, and I take a part of the pizza in my hand, what do I have in my hand?
A piece of the pizza.
Perfect. So if the universe is infinite and we're part of the infinite, that would therefore make us infinite if we follow the
It is
logic, right,
infinite
goofball?
in its totality, not in its how do you say it? Not in its, not in its parts.
Okay, so
Use
the
your brain.
pizza is wait. So the pizza is a pizza in its totality, but the part of the pizza in my hand is not a pizza. This is your logic,
Hold up,
dude.
hold no. That's a false equivalent. This is my logic. The pizza is round. Listen. The pizza is round in its totality, but it is not necessarily round as a piece. Use your brain.
I'm not talking about the shape. I'm not talking
I'm
about the shape of the pizza. I'm talking about the
again. I'm
physical
using.
attribute of it.
I'm again. The physical attribute of the pizza is not as all inclusive as the physical attributes of the universe. Concerning,
What? Okay.
it's not. That's
Okay.
then that would
If
be
I
a false
if I have
equivalent.
a
No. If you are trying to compare the physical attributes of the pizza and the universe, that's a false equivalent.
it's not. I'm using the same
We
logic and
know we
reasoning you're
know
using.
everything. We know everything there is to know about the pizza, but we don't know everything there is to know about the universe.
Well,
Now,
hey, remember.
despite what we don't know about the universe, what we do know is that it is infinite.
Oh, okay, to you? Okay, let's use the same logic of reasoning again. Let's use it again. The universe is infinite. The totality of the universe is infinite. The totality of the pizza pie is pizza. If we are a part of the universe, that makes us infinite in the same way that
Hold
if I
up.
grab a part of the pizza, it's pizza.
No. If you want to use that analogy, you should say that the totality of the universe is universe, not if comparing it to the totality of the pizza is pizza. You see what you're doing? The totality of pizza
But
is
I'm using
pizza.
infinite.
No. The totality of the pizza is pizza compared to the totality of the universe being the universe. Now, if you want to talk about the state of being of the pizza compared to the state of being of the universe, you should make an equivalent comparison. Use your brain.
Perfect. The state of being of the pizza. The state of being of the pizza pie. If I take a part of it, it is still food, right?
What is it? What is its state of being?
The state of being of the pizza pie. If I take a part of it, if I take a part of the totality of the pizza, it's still food in my hand, correct?
Not necessarily.
Have a good night, bro. I'm done.
You can
Have a
take you
good
can
night.
you can take a pizza and use it as manure. I can take a piece of pizza and use it as manure. I can take a piece of pizza, not for food, to throw it away because I don't like it. A lot of people don't eat the crust on the pizza, so it's not food for them. Rest assured, you will be back analyzed. When you assume the existence of God, it becomes difficult for you to process reality. When you assume the existence of a God, which is something purely imaginary, you become subject to confusion. Next guest. It's only natural that a person runs away from a conversation when they get their ass whooped. It's not that complicated, y'all. It's actually not that complicated, by no means. He just Hello, William? William?
Bakanga, greetings to you.
What's up, brother?
Did you hear that Benny Hill cat goofball talking? The pizza, you're not even equivalent to the oil that made the pizza or the speck of cheese in the pizza.
You know what? You're
Pizza.
correct. You're so correct. And I could have hit
Even
him with
the
that, right?
pepperoni. Not even the pepperoni.
The pepperoni on the pizza is not the pizza itself.
So he tried to act like he is important.
No,
Earth
no,
is
no,
nothing
no.
in the universe.
It's
How
it's
are you
it's
important?
it's a game of the
Benny Hill,
mind.
goofball. Why don't you run around the car one more time, laughing and goofing up like you made a point? Sicko,
All right.
psychopath.
Oh, no, 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 brother,
Makanga,
brother,
greetings to you. I'm sorry. Greetings to
brother,
you. I just, when I hear it, I was just crawling out of the internet, coming toward him. But anyway, he left. He
brother. Wait.
was able to get to his
Let me tell you
bottom.
something.
Sorry.
Let me share something with
I'm
you
being
guys.
bad.
Let me share something with you guys, especially those of us who are on the internet. And now, if you live in the United States or you're exposed to US media, you would have found out in the last month or so, an individual called Charlie Kirk was executed in public. And there were varying reactions to his assassination. Upon analyzing the different reactions from both those who had no respect whatsoever for Charlie Kirk to those who had a lot of respect for Charlie Kirk, I found myself having empathy for both groups of people. I found myself having empathy for those who did not give a heck that the man died. They did not give a shit. I even had empathy for those who were celebrating it. I also had empathy for those who were completely outraged and were looking for anybody to blame. And what did I notice? I noticed that Charlie Kirk himself was the root cause of all these reactions that people are having. The way Charlie Kirk communicated his ideas, he turned those who agreed with him into fanatics. And then he turned those who disagreed with him into extreme haters because Charlie Kirk never communicated with compassion. Charlie Kirk never communicated with empathy. So I took it up upon myself that I would no longer do that on TikTok, that I would try to reserve a good amount of empathy for those that I disagree with, so that our disagreement doesn't lead me into fanaticism, neither should it lead them into extremism. The internet is a fun place, guys, but we must separate the conversations we have with our basic common humanity. So,
Wakanga, you know
so
why? It's
go ahead.
because you are with the ancestors. You have true blood. You have a true soul. Okay, you don't have to search for it. Those ones searching for it, they are the ones that come up with this madness, psychosis. So of course you will have empathy. You have a real heartbeat. These other guys are chasing a heartbeat. They still haven't found it yet. Maybe they to their ancestors. Maybe there they will find it. Not in the unknown man they're looking for through Roman, which the Romans didn't even know what they're trying to worship. Okay? So drop
Perhaps
your
you're right.
5 books.
Perhaps you're right. And I think that you and I, when we talk about religion,
Thank you, Bank.
thank you, bro. When we have these debates or these conversations and these arguments, it's not to demean those that disagree with us. Okay, I know that in the past, to be honest, I never calibrated how I talk to people. And sometimes to win the argument, you just gotta tell them what they are, right? If you're just stupid, you're stupid. If you're just slow, you're slow. But henceforth, I'm gonna try my best to still acknowledge everyone's humanity that I disagree with. You might be slow, you might be confused, you might be lost, but I'll always respect the fact that you're human. You can believe in God. It doesn't make you evil. It might make you domesticated. It might even make you a fool, but it does not make you inferior to me as a human being. Our disagreements are rooted on our common desire to want to solve the problems in the world. This whole God conversation arises from the overwhelming problems that we all endure on the daily basis. We all go through shit in our lives. And for some people, they cannot deal with it as far as reality is concerned. So they imagine fictitious beings in their heads. Sometimes to the detriment of their own situations. Sometimes making the situation even worse. Right? You're hungry. Rather than going to work for food, you sit in your house and you pray for food while getting even more hungry. So when we say God does not exist, it's not a matter of hatred. It's not even a matter of anger. It's not even a matter of emotions. It's just reality as it is. And we have the boldness to speak out, despite the fact that historically, people like us that would say such things were threatened with violence. If not for the fact that we live in a civilized world today, we would not be able to come up and say God does not exist and keep our heads over our shoulders. We would have all been Charlie Kirked. We would have been Kirked. Oh man, did I just coin that? Oh yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from now on, instead of saying killed, we'll now say Kirked. We will now say Kirked. That's right. There was a time in this world when religious people were so intolerant to ideas that differs from theirs that anyone who said there was no God was Kirked. that kind of flowed, man. They were Kirked. Now, do I want to be Kirked? Obviously not. Is there a high possibility I could get Kirked? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. The only thing that can prevent us from being Kirked is to have compassion when we speak to each other. And if Charlie Kirk really believed that God existed, you know what though? Just because somebody believes in God doesn't mean that their morality is going to be a good one either. So I probably shouldn't say what I was going to say. Because maybe his God told him to hate people that are not like him. Maybe his God told him that if someone doesn't believe, you should hate them. Or you should use vile language. You should demean them. Maybe that's what his God told him. Now, I don't know what your God tells you. Those of you listening to me. But our endeavor in this world is to pursue happiness while trying not to cause pain and suffering upon each other. You think he Kirked himself? He might have set himself up for failure. But there's a lot of conspiracies, man. There's a lot of conspiracies associated with that guy's assassination. I will tell you that this man is not Martin Luther King, but his assassination sure as hell smells very similar to Martin Luther King. So if you live in America, guys, don't fall for the separation. Okay? Literally. The American system literally runs on that good old principle of divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Try your best not to hate the person who disagrees with you. And also try not to love the person who agrees with you to a point of obsession. Like I always tell you guys, love produces hatred. If you can understand and agree with someone without necessarily loving them, that is the safest path to avoid hate. Because extreme love produces extreme hatred when interrupted. Extreme love, extreme affection for a thing would produce extreme hatred for anything that interrupts the loving process. I know religious people, especially Christians, who like to tell you that love is the greatest. No, love is not the greatest. There is something greater than love. In fact, there are many things greater than love. Kindness is greater than love. But above all, justice is the greatest. In justice, there is no mercy. In true justice, there is no mercy. There's no grace. There's no love. There is no hate. There is no jealousy. There is just execution. That's what we should all aspire to be. You know? If we could all be that, then Christians will not hate Muslims. Muslims will not hate Christians. And why do I attack the idea of God? Because the idea of God is a big contributing factor to the extremisms we see in the world. Look at Israel. Look at Iran. Those are all God believers. Those two God-believing nations are about to start World War III. Right? It's not an atheist country. It's not China. China is not about to start World War III, and China is an atheist country. China is an atheist country. It's the God-believing countries. What does Iran and Israel have in common? They both believe in God. And yet, the God cannot stop them from wanting to annihilate each other. If God is telling the Iranians to eliminate Israel, and God is telling Israel to eliminate Iran, are these the same gods or different gods? Now, you might be looking at this as though these are two different nations, but this applies to you and your co-workers and your family members. Many of you who don't believe in God, I know you face a lot of persecution. You face a lot of persecution. And let me just tell you, you're going to have to compromise, because religious people will not compromise, especially the more extreme they are. A religious person is a person that has forsaken reason. They have forsaken reason. They have chosen to willingly wander into delusions, perhaps because within those delusions, they arouse within themselves a satisfactory sentiment associated with whatever suffering they are enduring in their lives. They are overwhelmed by life. And rather than pushing forward, they give up on it and imagine some other life coming after they die. The biggest question that I don't hear anyone debating on the internet, especially religious people who loved Charlie Kirk, is Charlie Kirk in heaven or in hell? Is Charlie Kirk in heaven or in hell? Let's not talk about your grandmother. Let's talk about someone that we know. What do you mean by we will never know? We know exactly where he's at. Last time I checked, bro is 6 feet deep. He's not in heaven. He's not in hell. He's on earth. In the grave. In the grave. And yet, politicians, pastors, preachers, priests, educated men will stand up and tell you that he's in heaven. Blatantly lying. Blatantly lying. We all know where he is at. When he got pew-pewed, he didn't disappear. We saw what happened to him. His body, well, he dropped on the ground and he stopped moving. So the people around him moved him. They moved him to the hospital and then to the mortuary and then to the cemetery. Do you know what's left of him? His wife, another man, is going to fuck her if she chooses to get married again. His kids, another man is going to raise them. His money, somebody else is going to spend it. That's the reality of our world. No matter what Charlie believed, no matter what he believed, right now he's in the grave, and everything he thought he had, he's left it behind. And that's what you should be focusing on. When you breathe your last breath, what's going to happen to everything you worked for? Somebody else. I don't know if you guys know that song. Remember that song? That old Kenyan song. In heaven there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. And when we are gone from here, our friends will be drinking our beer. Leave it up to Africans. Leave it up to Africans. Mm-hmm. Anything you have, somebody else. In heaven there are no wives. That's why we fuck 'em here. And when we are gone from here, our friends will be fucking our wives. That is true also. That's also true. In heaven there are no children. That's why we raise them here. And when we are gone from here, our friends will be raising our kids. The one thing is guaranteed. You're going to go from here. Where you go, not far. Of course, there's no heaven. If you choose to describe heaven as, if you choose to re-describe the cemetery as heaven, sure enough, go ahead. Let me see. No guest in line, huh? Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Feel free to send your requests. There's no guest in line, so whether you agree with me or not, you can definitely send your requests. I still got a few minutes to give. Maybe an hour. Tap the screen. And anybody that wants to come up, you can sure as hell go ahead and send your request. You never had an interaction with Jesus. I'm sorry. Anybody who says they've had an interaction with Jesus is a bombastic liar. And they might not be lying intentionally, though. Emmeline. Hey, these West Africans. Emmeline, where have you been? What's going on, bro? Unmute your mic.
What's happening, Big Conman?
What's
you
cooking?
know everybody been missing. Every time I get on here, I don't see no Big Conman, man. I'm like, man, what the hell going on? So, well, I was happy to see you. Hey,
I bet.
I think you the man you actually just woke me up. I was kind of thinking this way and didn't realize it until I started listening to you. And then that kind of, I listen to all the deconstructionists and all this and that now, but you the one who bust my cherry, because I was like, this dude just be making sense. And I wasn't even trying to intend to know, like, you just was on. It came on. As more and more I listened, like, dang, this dude's smart as heck. They be thinking they so smart. That dude thought he was so smart. And I can't believe he ran, because he actually kind of was holding. It was a toe-to-toe match, but he couldn't get it.
It's not a toe-to-toe match, bro, because I can go infinitely. They can't. They're gonna lose their emotional cords before I do. And listen, there's some smart people in the religious world, okay? And they like to play mind games, word games, and they like to bounce with ideas. So you just got to be able to hang with them. You see, the reason why those of us who don't believe in God, we have an advantage over those who believe, is because we are the ones asking the questions. And you sure as hell believe we can ask infinite amounts of questions if we have to, that they can't answer. And whatever question they ask us, most of the questions religious people can ask us have a really simple answer. I don't know. It's like checkmate. See, religious people think that in the absence of the religious books, you must know. No, we don't have to know everything. There are some things that we just don't know. And sometimes the best answer we can give is, I don't know. Religious people are the ones who are obsessed with knowing. And when they cannot know, they just invent it. That's a problem.
I just came up because, it was a little lingering stuff, but, I'm going to drop on down, let you keep it moving, because
Word, bro.
I'm here.
I appreciate you. Like I said, anybody can send their request right now, whether you agree or disagree. We can take that. If it's anything I can teach you guys, is compassion. Like I said, compassion. Especially you religious people, you lack the most compassion. It's actually quite pitiful. In your extremism, you've compromised your compassion. When it comes to gods, human beings don't have the same gods. When it comes to religion, human beings don't have a common religion. When it even comes to language, human beings don't have a common language. When it comes to culture, human beings don't have a common culture. The only common thing we have is our humanity. The most important idea to us, human beings, is not God. The most important idea is our humanity.
And that's a real valid point. And I appreciate you for bringing that out, because as you like newly deconstructed or atheist, and you, like I say, you gonna face that little persecution. And a lot of times you got to have the right mentality to deal with them, and you got to do have that empathy and that compassion. Realize that and look at them as a person. I try to do that. So I appreciate you bringing that point up, because that's the hardest part now, is dealing with it and looking at them like, and don't be thinking they're just stupid and looking. You got to really look with that empathy.
Bro, the internet has made it so easy for a person to be able to just say whatever and then click off the internet and walk away without considering the impact of their words on people. Now, I understand that what I do necessitates to a certain extent that I give people a reality check. But like I said, what I've learned from Charlie Kirk and his experience is that whenever I get a chance to be compassionate, I should be. So this is what I would say to all of you religious people. You might be slow, you might be domesticated, you might have been scammed, but you are human just like me, and I will always respect your humanity. I might have no respect for your God, for your religion, for whatever you're bringing over here that I think is fantasy. I might think it's bullshit. I might think you're full of shit. But guess what? We are all full of some type of shit, depending on what we eat. So take my words, but don't take my words to the extreme, y'all. It's very important. And if everyone on the internet would do this, you'll realize that these conversations are supposed to be bringing us together, not pushing us further apart from each other. Hello, what's going on? I can't even see your name. Hello? Hello, I cannot hear you, my brother. I cannot hear you. It sounds like you're talking to me from Wakanda. Are you in a cave?
No. I'm not in a cave. Can you get me now?
No. Yeah, now you're out of the cave. We can hear you very clearly. What you got for me, brother?
Okay. I'm just still wondering on the issue on you saying God is imaginary and all that, and it's still weird.
What questions do you have?
You say God is imaginary. Do you believe in witchcraft?
That's also imaginary.
Really?
Really. So you can feel safe when you walk outside at night. The only thing that can attack you is another human being or an animal, not a witch.
Well, I don't think so.
Well, then you have been domesticated and scammed.
Do you travel?
I travel every day.
Have you been to Africa?
What do I look like to you?
You look African, but I don't think you're in Africa.
Of course, I know the Africa. I know means I never go. You know me say,
you
you know where I come out. You don't know where I come out.
Okay, but are you Nigerian?
Why must I be Nigerian? Is Nigeria the only place in Africa? I'm from the continent. Do you know where the continent is located?
No, is that like I'm trying to relate the question to the witchcraft issue, because if you're from Nigeria, I think
is witchcraft only in Nigeria?
No, it's more active there.
So Nigerians have more witchcraft. That's why you're more poor than everybody else.
I'm not from Nigeria.
Where are you from?
I'm from Cameroon.
Okay, that's where I'm also from. So why are you quoting Nigeria? Have you been to Nigeria yourself?
No. I've just heard stories about
So you're from
witchcraft and how.
Cameroon, but you're using Nigerian witchcraft. You don't have Cameroonian witchcraft. Which witchcraft is Paul Biya using to remain in power for 40 years?
Uh, Nobody knows.
He's not using witchcraft. He's using politics. That's dictatorship. Dictatorship. Witchcraft does not exist in the capacity that we have been sold. It's superstition. And that superstition has paralyzed your brain. That's why you cannot walk from one place to another at night time. When the leaf shakes, you shake. When the wind blows, you blow. And the religious institutions in Africa have been complacent in promoting that delusion. Witchcraft has no power. Witchcraft, at its very core, is a scam. It's even a worse scam than believing in God.
Have you heard about the Anglophone crisis?
Of course.
Okay. I'm in that zone. You have heard about the guys there terrorizing the area, all that, and all. They are shooting them and it's not entering. I say it's not witchcraft.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of them have been shot and a lot of them have died.
Yes, they have.
So anybody that tells you that they shot them and it didn't enter, either they were wearing bulletproof vests or they're lying.
I can't believe you're already saying that because you have not experienced it.
Whether I experience it or not, it's just basic common sense, my friend.
No, all of us know common sense, man. Common sense, you know.
And common sense tells you that if someone tells you a blatant lie, you should just take it for what it is, rather than fantasizing in how fantastic it sounds.
No, not when you're seeing it for yourself. Then that's when common sense isn't active.
No, if you see something that you don't understand, it just means that there's information you don't have. It doesn't mean it's supernatural. And that's the mistake that many of you Africans make. Just because something happens and you can't explain it, your automatic deduction is that it's supernatural, it's spiritual. That's how pastors and native doctors are scamming you people. The Chinese people, you think there's no witchcraft in China? You think there's no witchcraft in Iran or in Israel? So witchcraft is only in Africa. And the witchcraft in Africa cannot help us develop, just like religion. And you don't think it's a scam. It's time to get rid of all those things. Those are the useless aspects of our traditions. In this world right now, you should aspire to be technologically and logically minded. You should become a problem solver, a practical problem solver. You should have an inquisitive mind and yet not be easily persuaded. Okay? Your curiosity should not make you easy to convince.
It's going to take a while.
It's not going to take a while for you. This is not something that we all have to do at the same time. It's something that every man has to do for themselves. Examine yourself and exclude the superstitious thoughts that you have from your reality. Know how to distinguish both. Now, if you want to participate in the superstitious activities, do it for your entertainment. But you must always remember, when it comes to the real world, it takes practical solutions to solve problems. The problem of poverty. The reason why witchcraft is rampant in Africa is because the people are poor. Poor people like to fantasize in superstitious nonsense. Because a lot of people are suffering. And nobody is offering them practical solutions. So when people think of solutions, they cannot find real practical solutions. Naturally, they go into the fictitious zone. That's not just true in Africa. That's true all around the world. We just have it in extreme. Hence, a generation is arising, such as myself, to blow the trumpet, to let you guys know your native doctor is a scammer, your pastor is also a scammer. If they tell you that spiritual things exist to the extent where they affect your physical life, as far as somebody else doing something to you, no. There is a psychological aspect to a human being. That means people can use words, use different techniques, different methods to affect the way you think, and yes, that can affect your life psychologically. But beyond that, Nobody can come and kill you in your dream. A witch, someone cannot leave their house spiritually and come to your room, your bedroom at night while you're sleeping and attack you. That stuff does not happen. Those are all lies. There is no spiritual kingdom. If there is any kingdom, that's not this world. It's a physical kingdom, and there are physical ways to get there. If there is a kingdom in the ocean, it's not a spiritual kingdom, it's a physical kingdom. You just need to have the technology to get there. The word technology rhymes with the word technique, and technique is a method you develop to solve a problem. Witchcraft has been in Africa for how long? Thousands of years. Why are you not using your witchcraft to fly to Europe? Why do you get on an airplane? That witchcraft should have been building us methods of transportation. We should have good roads, good everything. Don't you find it suspicious? Don't you find it suspicious that people who brag about African spirituality, they don't produce anything? Anyways, bro, that's my Cameroonian brother, man. Thank you so much for coming up. We there now. We there.
We did.
Yeah. Continue your hustle, man. I know you're a hustler. You sound like a hustler. You hustle, right? Do you have a job? Hello?
Well, at least he's listening, because he ain't got much to say, much defense. He sounds like he almost believe what you're saying already. So
He understands. He's not a fool. Anyways, LaFon, what's going on, LaFon? What you got?
Hello.
Hello?
So, listening to you, my first time of seeing you. Hello, everyone. Listening to you when you said religious people have less compassion or they have no compassion. I think it's individual thing. It's not attached to religious people, either Christian or Muslim. I think if you have compassion in you, as normal person, you have it as a Christian or Muslim. I just wanted to touch on that point, that it's not attached to what you practice.
I would like to agree with you, but you will also have to agree with me that what a person believes about the reality of the world affects how they see the world and how they interact with those around them, right?
I get you, but
So when a religion like Islam tells people that anyone who worships many gods is a pagan and a kafir, what image do you think it puts in a Muslim's mind concerning such a person, especially when that person emphatically refuses to convert to Islam?
I think that same annotation or description fits Christian as well. They might just be subdued.
Exactly.
What's
It's not just Christian. It fits everyone, including atheists. What I'm noticing and what we can all notice is that despite our individualistic beliefs, religious people have a hardest time being compassionate towards people they disagree with than those who are not religious. People who are not religious have an easier tendency or propensity to be compassionate. Now, religious people can be compassionate. They can be. I'm not saying they're not. There are many of them. There are many exceptions. There are some people who are religious, but they have compassion in their heart that even transcends their religion. But it's a small minority.
And yeah, I just wanted to touch on the point, because if you have compassion in you, no matter what your religious background is or religious background is, you would always be a compassionate person. And if you're a mean person, maybe that's basically the way they say money kind of expose who you are, So maybe if you are that, you are not nice or compassionate, religion can influence you more, and you might have reason to back it up with Bible or Quran, and say, because you're not my brother, I'm not helping you. You know what I mean? Because
Do you know how
I
many
see
times
that
a Muslim have come up here and I'm like, my brother, and they're like, I'm not your brother. I'm like, but you're African, are you not? Yeah, I'm not your brother. So that belief that he's not my brother doesn't originate from his organic traditions. It originates from his religious perspective, right? So if he can't even see me as his brother just because we disagree, What is he likely to do to me if my life depended on him? Right? Meanwhile, me, I see him as a religious person, but I can still see him as my brother. In fact, I see him as my brother before I see him as a Muslim. So when those of us who don't believe in God, when we interact with you who believes in God, we see you as human before we see you as a Christian or as a Muslim. We see your humanity first, because your humanity is a reflection of what we are ourselves. And because of that foundation, we can be more compassionate. It's an easier path. So you as a religious person, even if you don't want to switch your religion, don't use your religion to see the world. Don't use your religion as a metric on how you should interact with your fellow human being. You should meet everyone at the crossroads of the common humanity. You're Chinese, I'm African, but we're both human. We both can think. This is our common problems. What is your solution? This is my solution. Your solution seems to be reasonable here, but I think that at this other point, if we do it my way, it might work better. How about we experiment? But we can never get there if you think you're a Muslim and guess what? I'm a pagan or whatever, and you're not my brother. You have no desire to work with me. And
I understand.
Before long, people start harnessing the thought that, well, if I can't work with that guy, let's just get rid of them. That's why religious violence is a very common thing in our world. You can see it in Israel and Palestine and all that nonsense. You know,
I understand you, bro. What I'm saying is, I agree with you. So, to the point you've pushed it to, I think I believe that human being, or for you to survive, if that's the politics you have to play to survive, then go ahead. If you have to belong to a community of a church, and that's where your business will thrive, then I would say, please, by all means, do so. Don't say, oh, because you don't believe. I think play the politics as well.
Oh no,
That's
absolutely. I advise those who listen to me. Just because you don't believe in God, it doesn't mean that if a family member invites you to their wedding, you don't go to church. No, you should go. Shoot, if you don't believe in God and you live in a place where everyone is Muslims and they might kill you, they might crack you. If you're not Muslim, go to the mosque. You don't have to believe that shit. You can do the rituals. Do whatever you need to do to secure your life. Because ultimately the belief is in their heart. Yeah.
No, because sometimes business too, sometimes they'll be like, oh, she's not part of us. We'll rather give this business to our members. So if that's, by all means, be a member of that congregation
if that's what you need for your survival, but you should be constantly looking for a way to exit that system and find a more habitable place that's more conducive with better conditions, But my sister, thank you so much, Lafon. I appreciate you.
All right,
okay?
thank you. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Bakanga. I want to ask you one quick question.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Why did Lafon resemble somebody why did she resemble Moji? It's just that common African look, Sisters be looking the same. What's up, bro? Go ahead. All right.
Hello.
Yeah, thank you. How do you, once you got this feeling now that nothing really matters, and you so good at being honest, you so good at explaining stuff. So, when you get that, and it kind of seems like, okay, I don't need to worry about anything because I'm so content and I'm so at peace, but you still want to seek knowledge. How do you explain that?
Man, that's such a good question, bro. See, the problem is not that you shouldn't worry. Just don't worry about what you don't have control over. That's the difficult part. Worrying is part of it's part of the human troubleshooting mechanism, right? When we have a problem that we need to solve, it's only natural that we'd worry. But worrying can be toxic because you can find yourself worrying about things that you have no control over. But if you worry about the things you can control, you always find yourself consistently happy because every time you worry about something, because you have control, you will always be able to change it. And it is that problem-solving change that brings happiness. Happiness comes every time you overcome a problem. And there's one state that we all have That should keep you in a constant state of happiness, even to a margin of 50%. The fact that you are alive. If you are alive, that means that there's one problem you don't have to worry about: death. So you've already overcome that. Now, maybe food, maybe water, maybe getting a job, maybe your kid is sick. You can worry about such things because you can act upon it. Now, if someone is sick and there's nothing you can do, because of your attachment to that person, it's difficult to stop worrying. And sometimes you would worry, and the person would die and you will still keep worrying. But you can worry to the point where you become addicted to it and it blinds you to everything else that could make you happy. So yeah, again, to answer your question directly, it is not wise to not worry, but it is wise to not worry about things you don't have control over and only worry about the things that you have control over. And even more so, not just things that you have control over, but things that you have a realistic opportunity and chance to change. So one day at a time, 1 minute at a time, one moment at a time, one step at a time, one plan at a time, one mission at a time, one breath at a time, one thought at a time, one life at a time. So don't be worrying about which life you're going to have after you die. Fuck. Worry about this one.
Question.
Go ahead, Ken. What's up?
Thank you, my brother. Listen, I really enjoy listening to you, your talks, your intuition. You're obviously a human being of intelligence. My issue with religion, and other people can beg to differ, okay, is African people and people of African descent, because we use this as our crutch to hold us up. Okay, the European people, they use religion as maybe some spiritual thing. They go to church or something like that. So I was in Zimbabwe, and I met a preacher called Obadiah, and he tells me the story of a factory that they closed down, turned it into a church, and then the congregation prayed for jobs. That just shows you where we are. We spend all our time praying, waiting for this omnipotent being to arrive. Sorry, European so-called white people, they don't do this.
Let me
Just
ask you a
get on with
question. What do you
Yeah.
think is at the root of that? Because you've identified the problem, but what do you think is the root cause of the problem?
It's control, superiority, one race over another. With
Even
there's a class.
even deeper than that.
Well,
What is
there's a
the
class.
root cause? Well, beyond pointing a finger at any human being, what's the root cause? What is the cause that transcends blame?
Fear.
I
What
I
what
would agree. I would agree with that. Man, just by his very nature, being the most, well, we think we're the most superior being on the planet, but he has this thing to know. I want to know. I want to know. So we go to the moon. We send a probe to the stars, the sun. We just have that desire to find out stuff. It's within us.
This is the root cause, and the Buddhists better understands this point. The root cause is that suffering. Suffering is nobody's fault. Suffering is a natural phenomenon. It's a natural barrier that we all have to cross. And a person's suffering, a people's suffering, can have multiple origins and sources. Ultimately, you cannot attack all the sources of your suffering, but you can find a solution for the most solvable problem that you have. Now, in the absence of any type of solution, human beings usually wander into delusion, right? Usually when a human being has gotten to a point where there is no realistic physical solution to their problem, the next step is for them, they find themselves in a state of despair. That's what despair is, a state of complete hopelessness. And one thing I will tell you for sure, no matter how bad religion has, troubled Africans, we are by no means hopeless. So we are not even in the worst case scenario. That should give you hope. And then the sufferings that you're observing right now are transitional. They are also part of the natural change that would eventually lead us to what you would compare as far as the Western world. They don't do that. They do a lot of the things that we have problems with. The problem is that they don't make it the number one item on their agenda, right? Religion is not the most important thing to them. At the end of the day, their survival is the most important thing to them. Religion is more of a luxury. So they've gotten to that point. Regardless of how they got there, they might have gotten there by exploiting us, exploiting other people, exploiting themselves. The point is that they've gotten to that point. Now we are getting there. We're not quite where they are. So what is the most realistic solution? First step is we need to talk to each other. We have to find what we have in common beyond what we have as far as differences. And I think Africans are getting there. Africans are getting there. Africans, if you are African, you can be optimistic. The only thing that you might not be optimistic about is that you might not live to see it. But a time will come and a day will come when Africans will not be as religiously gullible as they are today. It's not just Africans. Many third world countries.
Okay, can I tell you the story of a guy? He's a South African guy. His name is Vusi Timbaweyo. Have you heard of him?
No.
He is a personal development speaker. So you're very eloquent.
Oh, I've heard of him. I know who you're talking about.
Done.
Bald-headed guy that likes to dress in suits.
That's him. Let me point out why I think he is so inspirational and quite pivotal to African people. Because he pointed out the fact that if his grandfather said something untoward against the society, he would be hung. If his father, if his father said something the society didn't agree with, he would be imprisoned. If he said something society didn't agree with today, he would be trawled on social media. So things are changing.
Yes.
It's just going to take time.
It's taking time.
Like
it's taking time. And if we want to accelerate the process, more of us have to change our mindset. Our mindsets have to evolve. You know, we often talk of evolution, but the most practical, most beneficial form of evolution is psychological evolution. The way we think has to evolve. You know, and we Africans, we have this bigger weakness, even though it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like a cure and a curse at the same time. Our tradition. We're very traditional people. We are people that once we get stuck in one way of doing things, it's really difficult to shake our foundation and move on to move us to the next without using force. Africans, we are the type of people that sometimes for change to come, like we have to be forced. Like if someone doesn't force us, life would have to force us. So naturally, you know, we are our own biggest hindrance to our own progress. But I think we have progressed to the point where we have transcended blame. We can no longer blame anyone. Like we cannot point the blame at the colonizer, despite the fact that the colonizer is probably still actively, you know, engaged with activities that hinder our progress. We cannot point the finger at our ancestors. We cannot point the finger even at the system. We can only point the finger at our own desire to do something or to be complacent and choose to do nothing. And many of us are choosing to do nothing. That is why a factory can be broken down and a church built. And rather than people thinking, well, why are you building a church for us to go and sing songs? Rather than building us a factory where we can work and earn income. You know, the mindset is changing. And like I said, I'm overall more optimistic about the future of Africa. And there are many Africans all around the world in the diaspora. We know what life is like outside of the continent. And our biggest desire is to see the life on the continent change, even if the only thing we can do is use our words. So characters like Vusu, you know, are part of my generation, you know, just voices. Every word matters, man. Okay. Every word matters.
All right. Let me...
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Happy Days. I'm saying that spirituality is fiction. The correct word for spirituality in 2025 is mentality. So rather
Okay,
than worrying
but
about your spiritual life, worry about your mental health.
I I would
Spirituality is an
explain.
outdated perspective. It's an outdated perspective. It's not relevant in terms of practicality,
Yeah,
in terms of problem solving. But
yeah.
approaching
I would
yourself
say
within mentality, if you attack your mentality,
to you, when it comes to religion, I hear everything you say, and I'm not a believer in religion. I don't need it. But some people need religion. They cannot live without that spiritual explanation. That I now understand. Remember, once you,
I beg to differ. I don't think it's a necessity. I think that
for them,
it's
not for
unfortunate.
me, not for
It's
you.
it's unfortunate though that some people have been put in a position where it appears as though it's a necessity, right? It's like someone who had an accident and broke their legs. You can see them and you can think, that person needs a wheelchair. And you're not wrong when you say that. But how long should they need that wheelchair? And is there a solution that can remove the wheelchair? Yeah, therapy, healthcare, helping them heal. And once they're healed, you wouldn't have to tell them that they don't need the wheelchair. You wouldn't have to tell them that.
Let,
So there are some things that we need to do that has nothing to do with religion. That if we succeed, then more people will realize that, we don't really need religion. It's like the difference between a poor man and a rich man. A rich man has money to pay all his bills, so he doesn't need to pray when he wants to pay his bill. But a poor man doesn't have enough money to pay his bills. So guess what? He's so hopeless that he has no choice but to wish and pray. Even though the prayer won't change anything, it might only change how they feel. Which is why I say,
let me.
go ahead.
Okay. Once you have drunk from that cup, it's. Let me ask you this question: have you ever got anybody off religion? Have you ever made anyone realize, hold it, this whole thing is just a scam? In my opinion,
I don't
has
know.
anybody said,
I don't know if I have, but that's not my intention.
What
My intention is
that
not to
was
make anyone do anything. My intention is simply I have a bunch of seeds in my bag, and everywhere I go, I drop the seeds. And some will grow and some will not grow. But I leave it up to those who come behind me or those who are walking around me to do the next step. Some people are going to water the seeds. Some people are going to cultivate the seeds. Some of the seeds will start growing, but they won't be able to grow healthy. So somebody will dig it out and plant it somewhere where it's fertile. I do know that my words will have an impact, and my words do have an impact, right? Whether it makes someone more dedicated to their religion or it makes someone question the religion, one way or another, I'm getting people to think about it. And that's the first step in this operation. Operation Set My People Free.
that's to the point that I wanted. So thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but that was the question I wanted. I was just about to get to ask you, and you kind of answered it. Once you get to this place of contentment, it's like, and I was asking, it's kind of follow up to my earlier question, and so now you're content. It makes you feel like it's like nothing, no purpose and this and that. But you are a leader. I mean, you're so well versed that you have so much knowledge of things. Like everything you plant, I'm picking up. And I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you need people to water. I'm a waterer. I'm a aquarium anyway. But I know you. That's one thing I got to ask you about. But as far as you are a leader, and I think you know that. And you know that you have a. It's like your knowledge of so many different topics that is what I admire so much, and I don't feel like I'm as well versed at all these things to be able to explain like you and plant those seeds. So I appreciate. I'm picking up what you're putting down because I was going to ask you that was next because how do you like your purpose is that empathy and want to help other people because once you're kind of good. You actually have to love other men. That's could be like that's like the only, driving force is to help somebody else because you got it. you feel like you got it. You don't need it. So you have to really care about other people, and that's why I appreciate what you're doing, because you're helping other people, and that's the only way. That's the only benefit left after you kind of reach the point you want to.
And like I said, as a matter of
Let me-
fact, as a matter of fact, for example, there's some religious people that come up here, and I know their Bible better than them. So one way or another, I've helped that person out, right? Why do you lack so much knowledge on a book that you believe and base your life on, so much that you can't even defend the book? So either you get rid of the book or you go read the damn thing. One way or another, you're gonna learn, you're gonna grow. Now, what do I specifically want? Nothing in particular, other than to get you engaged. The goal is not to necessarily change anyone's mind, but it's to create an environment where it is healthy enough for people to change themselves. For example, right? I was asking my coworkers today a simple question. And if you live in America, I'm going to ask you this question. And if you don't have the appropriate answer to this question, my advice for you is act upon it. Act upon it. Act upon it. It might literally be the difference between life and death. And it doesn't cost you much. If for some reason society was destabilized, and this is mostly for those of you who live in America, okay? If you live in America, listen carefully to this. If for some reason society ceased and was no longer operating within the bounds of safety that you currently have, that means you cannot go to the store and buy food. You cannot go to the store and buy water. There is no police. There are no paramedics. Whether it is for a day or 2 days or for a week, where would you get drinking water from? If you live in America right now and you could not go to the store and get drinking water, where would you get drinking water from? Realistically, like right now, let's say right now, you and your family and in your house, you guys have no drinking water. The taps are not working. Where would you go to get drinking water? You see, we have become so dependent on the system that we don't think of our basic needs. So my advice to you is, while you are taking time to think about where you're going to get drinking water from, now that there is still an abundance of water, make a habit of always having 10 or more cases of water in your house at all times. You should always have 10 or more cases of water in your house at all times. And then when you drink one case, you go to the store, buy one more, and rotate. Make that a habit. Teach that to your children. Money is not the only thing you should be saving. Okay? If current events, if the last 6 years, if COVID-19, if that wasn't a taste of the reality of our world and how quickly our system can deteriorate, I don't know what else. Always have enough water to last you and those in your household a week. Because I'm telling you, if something happened in America or in Europe and people could not go to the stores to buy the things they need, most people would die from thirst and hunger because they have no clue. Now,
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Okay. He says most people will die from thirst and water. I tell you the ones who will die first. Religious people. Because they'll be praying for water instead of doing something.
Yeah, I mean, can I argue with that? No, I cannot.
Have you heard of this term? Have you heard of the term knowledge is power?
Knowledge indeed is power.
Well, I beg to differ. I firmly believe knowledge is not power. And let me explain why. Because knowing without doing is the same as not knowing.
But you see, at that point, it's the difference between having power and doing something with it and having power and not doing something with it. So check this out. This is why knowledge is power. In the absence of knowledge, you don't even have the opportunity to know what to do or to act. You're lost. With knowledge,
Well,
you have the tools and the resources to act Whether you act or not will now depend on your own willpower and your own self motivation, on your own circumstances. So knowledge is like money. Okay, if you have money and you have bills to pay, you can choose not to pay those bills, but you still have money. Or
Well, I personally know an awful lot of so-called well-educated people have got degrees and doctorate, yet in the real world they're practically useless. They've never been able to convert that into any form of capital. We
that is
live in a
why
capitalist world, whether we like it or not.
that is why a good companion of knowledge is practice. Practice what you know and gain mastery over what you know. You will then get the
Okay.
opportunity to explore what you don't know. So
Okay.
yes,
People
it's not just people who are
by them-
educated, even people who are not educated.
Yeah.
Human beings can get
Yeah.
pretty tunnel vision when we get comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Just by nature, human beings rarely practice what they preach.
Because, oh, excuse me, were you done? Were you done, Mr. King?
No, it's okay. It's
Uh,
okay. I'm getting ready to go to the next
okay.
guest anyway. So Ken, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. Go ahead, Art. What were you saying, bro?
So I don't know if this is considered like a nihilist concept that I have. So with all that you're saying, if you feel like not being like, I feel like you can't prepare enough. So, like you're saying, you have the knowledge and you're doing these things and you're doing, but I'm like, even if I store food, I'll never have enough food. If eventually I'm gonna run out of food, or somebody gonna come tell you, I need wet, whatever, I don't know the word for pew-pews, but whatever. If with that, you can have a million of those and it's still gonna come to a point that you're not gonna have enough and you just accept that you're just gonna die one day.
Bro, and that type of death is glory. That type of death, you welcome it. That type of death, you embrace it. When death meets you and you were prepared, but death was just overwhelming, how can you not die without no regrets? In fact, that dying moment might actually be one of the most joyful moments in your life. Listen, bro, if I prepare for an exam with all my might and all my strength, and I sit in the examination room and I read the questions, and I realize that, damn, I wasn't prepared enough, and yet I knew that I gave it my best, man, I walk out of that exam accepting the fact that, you know what? I failed with honor and grace, because it's not like I didn't prepare. I just didn't prepare enough, and my best wasn't good enough. Now, if I got into an exam, if I got into an examination hall and I hadn't prepared at all, whatever amount of time that exam is going to last, bro, the regret I'm going to experience is going to be so terrible. I don't even know if I'll have the strength to try again. It's better to prepare and that preparation not be sufficient than to not prepare.
Facts.
And I'm not saying that preparation, the type of preparation I'm talking about, is not excessive. I'm not saying you should go above and beyond. I'm saying it costs you nothing to go to the store right now and spend $100 to buy as many cases of water as possible and keep it in your house. And then that's your capital. If you drink a case, you just rotate. So for whatever reason, you cannot go to the store for a week, you will not be stressing. You'll be able to think with a cool mind. But bro, if right now, bro, like the system shuts down, most people will be panicking just because, the thought of, bro, I don't know where I'm going to get water tomorrow. Shit, I don't even have water right now. But let's say you had enough water for a week. You can ration it out while charting a path. That's why preparation is good, bro. You can own a gun even though you don't really like shooting.
I totally agree with you now, because I got my thing is peanut butter and water. I'm stocking up water and I'm peanut butter is my go-to. For I'm like water and peanut butter. So if something happened, I got a little solar power generator. Like I said, I'm doing the little. I just need to feel like I got to get more now because what you said. But I'm steady stocking it up. Like every time
You
I
should
empty
you
a
should
bottle,
do
I kind of
more.
put
You should
water in
do
it.
more within the margins of it doesn't cost you that much anyways. It's just a habit. It's a good habit to develop. We develop human beings, we make a practice of developing addictive and destructive habits, but we don't practice, how do I put it? We don't make a habit of developing good habits, little small good habits. People who started smoking cigarettes, bro, they did not start with a whole pack. They didn't start with 5 packs. They started with literally just one hit. And then that was a bad habit, right? One hit every day. Before you knew, it was a whole cigarette. Before you knew, it was a whole box. There's good habits that you can develop in the same way. I just make a habit of keeping extra water at home. I always make a habit of keeping 1 month worth of non-perishable food at home. Understanding that the system works now, but it's not always a guarantee. Now, let's say that the cataclysm that comes is a tsunami and it freaking floods me and destroys everything and it kills me. Then, well, shit, I guess I'm dead. But if the cataclysm comes and I survive, now what do I do?
I totally agree with you. You just, like I said, you just have a way of pointing out and making things seem like the point you made is the way you go out with glory, like you did the best you can. And so you answered the question great for me because I'm like I said, I'm prepping and I'm doing the little things, but I'm like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? And you just answered it
Is
when
that
you
good
first
old
started,
saying,
like
brother?
because you feel better.
Is that good old saying? You don't have to be the best, but you could always do your best. You don't have to be the best, but you can always do your best. And I'm telling you, those who are in fact the best are not the best because they were trying to be better than everybody else. They are only the best because they did their best. And it turned out that their best was better than everybody else. But if my best gets me 80%, ah man, I'm just as great as the person whose best got him 100% because we both did our best. I don't see myself inferior. It's really associated with self-esteem to a certain extent, and dignity and pride and even the ego. Do your best.
Hey, can I interrupt, brother?
You can go ahead, man. My bad, bro. Go ahead. What you got?
Now you're good. I try to be a good listener, but eventually I had to interrupt to introduce myself.
I feel you, man. Go
My
ahead.
name is Manuel. My name is Manuel. I'm new to TikTok, and this is officially my first live that I've ever been in. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I just want
Congratulations.
to
No,
say
I
that
appreciate you.
I admire your level of knowledge and the way that you articulate yourself. Because where I come from, and just a quick background on my history, I'm not gonna go on a rant, but I'm basically like a work in progress, and I develop my skill to express myself and articulate my words. So I admire people that have that ability and that talent, and I look at it like it's a blessing. You might disagree. I see that you disagree with the fact that there's a possibility that there's a God, or I don't know what your definition of a god is because I see that you have a silly picture in the background. It looks kind of cool, but it's still silly.
Hey, you're
But
free to think
I
like
just kind
that,
of want to
man. You're right.
I just kind of want to exchange the ideas, and just because I'm against generalizing, and I'm against like like I'm hearing there's a lot of people that join your live and they explain religious people as ignorant, just like I've noticed that you do that too. And I know that a majority of whoever can be ignorant. There's a negative ignorance and there's a I mean, I guess negative, I mean, ignorance is like a negative trait, period. But let's say that there's someone that's so faithful to the point that someone else can look at it like it's ignorance because they have so much faith, and they're walking without sight more than just their faith, if that makes sense. So that's in a way a form of ignorance, but it can be a positive thing because that person may be using it to push through their hardships, or you know, it's like the light at the end of their tunnel.
It's a coping mechanism.
Yeah, facts. But at the same time, it's like I feel like it's like that by design, you know, because in my life there was a sequence of events where there was a point in time where I started off believing in prayer, and then I stopped, and then you know there's like I'm still young. I'm 37 years old, but there was a point in time where I was young. My mother told me to pray before I go to sleep, so I used to pray or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, there's information that I came across where it made sense that there was no God, because of my understanding of God was like that there's a person that's pulling the strings in the sky there that made us in his image, supposedly. You understanding me? You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that was silly after a while. And then I started feeling like God, because and then I started to meet people that were in the street preaching about the origins of man, and then we're God, and everything is in our own hands, and this and that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I started to believe that I was God manifested in this life. So all my choices make my destiny, and other people's choices can alter my destiny as well. So I started to believe that. But then I came to the understanding that not everything I can't control everything, just as much as other people can't control me. So then I started to believe in it started to make sense that some things you just gotta let it be, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to get too much into
No,
what
no,
I
no, no,
believe
no,
in.
no. I appreciate, bro.
Yeah,
You might
because
not know it,
at the
but
end of the day,
you're communicating pretty well, and I'm understanding you, bro.
thank you,
And I think
thank
I'm
you.
understanding where you're coming from. And if there's anything I can say to you so far based on what you've said, you see that growth and everything you've just told me. Do you know the one thing it makes you, for sure?
What's up?
Human. That's what a human is.
Facts. Yeah, that's a
It seems
fact.
like
And
it took
it's
you.
like that by
It took
design,
you.
though.
It's not by design.
I believe you don't think it. All right. I mean, that's your opinion,
No, no, yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on.
according to my evidence and what I understand, it's made like that by design. It's my potential, and when I stimulated that growth, this is the result.
So let me ask you a question. If it was not by design, will it change what it is?
I mean, I look at it like it's made by design. So
I
it's
get
like,
it. I can respect that. I can respect how you look at it. But my question is, at the very core, in
okay,
terms of practicality, in terms of realization, if everything you said that makes you who you are was not by design, will it change what you have learned about yourself, about what you can do and what you cannot do?
but it takes designing. You can't have
I I
art
I I I I I
without a
I
painter.
understand that. I just wanted you to tackle
Like
it.
me, in my case, sorry to cut you off, brother. In my
Mm-hmm.
case, I'm the artist, right? So in a sense, I manifested my growth, and I expressed my ability to design my improvements, and I
Okay.
manifested that. Correct?
Here's a better
Is
question.
that
Here's a
true?
better question. Here's a better question.
Go
You
ahead.
think it's by design, right?
Yeah, because I made choices, and yeah, and I
Okay.
also feel like it was a divine
So
intervention.
so
If that's what you're trying to
who?
say.
No, no. This is what I'm trying to ask. Who is the designer?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I believe that there's something that exists that is greater than our sense of like we can't comprehend it, my brother.
All
And
right.
that's what I wanted.
Check this out.
This eventually we were gonna chat about that.
No, no,
And
no,
I
no. That's
know
fair.
we
That's
all
fair, bro.
know
I
we
I
all
de-
know that.
I
Talk to me.
definitely respect your approach, bro, and I'll try my best to be as respectful as possible. So even if I say something,
Same for
bro,
me.
even if I say something, bro, don't take it personally, because I feel like sometimes I have to use strong language or use certain rhetorics, bro, to communicate what I'm saying.
Same.
But I want to let
Vice
you know,
versa.
bro, that you're free to disagree with me. You're free to use strong language. I do it
Same to
too,
you.
right?
Yeah.
Bro, so check this out. This is why I would say you are still in the infancy of your self-discovery. Now, if you were thinking that it was by design and you had already realized that ultimately you are the designer, then I would have said, okay, this person has graduated already. He's now in the
That's my
free
free
world.
will.
He's in the free world, right? But you're still an infant, right? You're still suffering from daddy mommy syndrome. Anybody who thinks that there's someone greater than them is suffering from daddy mommy syndrome. Ultimately, life is going to slap you so many ways. You're going to learn that literally everything that you are is a product of your own choices.
In my opinion, you're being a little arrogant right now. And you're being a little
Bro,
extra.
unfortunately, I tend to be, bro. So please forgive me.
Yeah, no.
But,
All right,
but
let me hit you with something real quick. Time out,
go ahead.
if I may.
Go ahead.
Right. All right. Let's talk science. And my understanding of science. Let's elaborate and evaluate that information. Right. What I recently learned is that everything is made up of particles and molecules, right? And I want to guide you down this understanding. So maybe because you sound like you're intelligent and you have enough knowledge to understand this information.
No, I'm dumber than I look, bro. But go ahead.
Copy. All right. So they say that everything is made up of molecules. That under that there's particles, right? Or maybe it's the other way around. That's what they say. These are so-called scientists that have the technology to be able to investigate this information and come up with these conclusions that this is what exists, and that's what the fabric of this reality is, right? You following me?
Mm-hmm.
So under the molecules, everything is made up of protons and neutrons. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And
wrong.
this is considered a fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
And underneath that is made up of what?
Subatomic particles, like quarks and stuff like that.
And gluons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then underneath that is what?
I think you can even go all the way to the Higgs boson.
And that's the farthest that we can observe, and that's the farthest that our investigation has led to, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And in between all of that, there's space. And that blows my mind. I don't know about you.
I mean, it's
right?
fantastic. It's
crazy, right?
It's fantastic.
So it's like underneath everything, there's essentially space, and if we and it's like those gluons and quarks are grains of salt compared. I mean, you can compare the gluons. All right, so this is what I'm trying to say. Bacteria, you can't see it, right? Unless it's under a microscope as well, right?
Sure.
And it's crazy if you think about it too. Like bacteria's being usually like something bad for us is considered something bad. Bacteria, right? Most bacterias, besides like probiotics. But continue to follow me, so, and don't let me lose myself, please. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if you look at the bacterias too, they look like monsters, right? But I just wanted to share that. It's kind of crazy. But the gluons and the quarks compared to the bacteria, they're like grains of salt, which is crazy too. Is like, how the heck do we observe this? Right?
So let me put it for you this way.
Let me conclude this real quick, my brother.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so underneath all of that, underneath all everything that we're seeing, it's like space, and it's almost like it's beyond what we can fathom without investigating this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how does this all exist? All right, so now this is in our planet. Now compare us to the universe and to things that's far beyond our comprehension.
Sure.
But right?
Sure.
But just think of the possibility of the fact that in this world we have mostly everything that we need to develop, to communicate. There's harmony, that's essentials like air and water, right?
Mm-hmm.
That nurture us and that help us grow and help those seeds that you're planting grow, whether they're positive or negative habits for people or positive or negative knowledge. You following me?
I'm following.
It's all in this world in particular for us. You don't think it's so harmonious and so beautiful? This art that we're living in, you don't think it's beautiful?
I'm not impressed.
What? You're not impressed? All right. I guess
Do you know why?
sorry to laugh at you.
Do you know why I'm not impressed?
Sorry to laugh at you, brother.
Do you know why I'm not
But
impressed?
and go ahead.
Despite the marvelousness of the world around me, despite
And in yourself.
the fantastic nature of reality,
Yeah.
I've already discovered
And the fact. Sorry.
I have already discovered the most impressive thing that nothing else that I have come across can even match.
Go ahead.
I know that I am me. My sense of self is so impressive to me. Not even imaginations of a God that could say, let there be light. Not even the creations of galaxies. Not even the space between quarks, atoms, and electrons. None of that stuff impresses me ever since I figured out that I was me and that no one else can be me. Nothing else can be me. Not only did I discover that I was me, but I became conscious of my state of being. And I have made peace with the fact that my existence is temporal and that I cannot live in more than 2 moments at a time, and that I can only take it one step at a time. I have accepted my reality. You see what I'm saying, bro? So it's hard for me to...
hold on. You're entitled to that.
No, hold on. Yeah, let me read somewhere. I'm trying to get somewhere with you. When a man gets to know himself, he will also know what he is not. When a man doesn't know what he is impressed by anything which is not himself.
Nah, that's a little extreme. But you ever heard the saying that a wise man knows he knows nothing?
That is a fool that said that. A wise man knows what he knows and masters what he knows and can separate what he knows from what he doesn't know.
But the fact that, my brother, the fact that we discover more and more information that we prove to be true, it leads us to understand that we didn't know what we thought we knew.
But I know myself.
Okay.
Doesn't matter what else. Even if I never get to know everything else.
In what sense, though?
Listen.
That's a broad statement.
Check this out.
Have you ever? That's a broad statement, though.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me break it down for you.
It's deeper than what you're saying. Like it's like I'm not shallow.
Were you a Christian?
My understanding.
I get you, bro. Were you a Christian at some point?
Technically, not. Nah. But I mean, I come from a Catholic family.
But you're familiar with some of the teachings, so you've probably heard this already. Have you ever heard of that statement? What shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
Yeah, I heard that before.
I have a statement that's similar to that. What does it profit a man to know the whole world, but he doesn't know himself? A man has everything to gain once he's known himself.
Yeah,
there's nothing else. I mean, there's nothing else to be known. What am I trying to get to, bro? I'm trying to say to you, bro, that.
But there's a connection. Like if you can connect the two, then you're better off by just choosing one side of the coin.
Let me land.
I just want to say that because no offense, I understand this is your channel and you're entitled to your opinion. I don't mean to be rude, but like no one's perfect, right? And I respect the fact that in your world you love yourself the most, and you have a strong belief in yourself, or however I don't know the right way to describe it, right? But this is what I'm observing.
Again, my brother, you know the difference between an adult and a 1-month-old baby?
Yeah, there's many differences.
One of the major differences as far as state of mind. The adult knows himself, so he can solve more problems than the baby because the baby doesn't know itself, right? It still has a lot to learn. But once that baby learns,
do you think because of the information that I shared with you that I'm at my infant state?
Yeah, you're still in the infancy of self-discovery. It's not a bad thing. I'm just actually pointing out where you are in your journey. It gives you perspective. You ultimately get to the point where you will know yourself, and there's a few things you will know about yourself. You will know that you are.
But success, my brother, is not a destination. It's a rhythm.
Yeah, hold on. Let me not veer off the point I'm trying to make. Let me
Yeah.
not veer off the point that you make. If you didn't take anything from what I said, take this. You will know yourself. You will know where you are. You will know how you are, and you'll know how long you could be where you are, and you will be satisfied with the outcome of your existence. You will know that you will die and you will cease to exist, and that knowledge will not be a hindrance to you. It will actually be enlightenment. So if you haven't yet gotten there, it will be so easy for you to look at the stars. Though you cannot count them, you'll be caught in a mesmerized illusion by their beauty. And then you won't realize that time has passed by until your life has expired. Or you could look at atoms and be
You ever?
infatuated by them, right? And you won't realize that time has
Yeah. I
passed
don't
by.
worship. I'm not. Yeah, but what I'm. All right. Sorry to cut you off, right? But you know the saying, think outside the box.
Say that
Yeah.
again?
Right now, think outside the box, right? In a way, right now, do you believe that me and you are humans, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we share a brotherhood, more or
Mm-hmm.
less.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, I'm thinking outside of your box, like how pause and like how you're thinking outside of my box.
Hold
So
up.
it's like we're sharing these ideas.
You want me to tell you a secret? This is how I know you're still in the infancy. Because when you get to the point where there are no boxes, then you would have arrived. I'm thinking what the scope, the reality in which I'm
Arrive to
thinking,
what?
there are no boxes. So I say, don't think inside the box.
Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking, don't think inside the box. Don't think outside the box. Think without the box. So whether it's inside or outside, just think. Just think. Just think. One
And
thought at a
yeah, that's
time.
what I'm doing.
And
But
if
what you're telling me is not to think, and it seems like you're interpreting my thinking as me still being lost.
check this
Just
out. Check this out.
because
Check
I
this out.
don't, just
This is
because
how
I
this
didn't
is.
choose to believe what you believed in.
No. It's not about belief here. It's not about
Because
belief
at
at
the
all.
end of the day, my brother, at the end of the day, my brother, pardon me, right? I want to uphold my highest respects to you, right? In regards to your channel. We live in a universe that it is a fact that we're not even anything in this world, bro.
Again, you're not.
But we are in our own
Hold
minds,
on. Please, 1 second. What you just said to me is actually a projection of your own image of yourself. That's why I said you don't yet know yourself. You see, I know that I'm not
but
everything that
this
is.
is just a fact. This is a human
No, no,
fact,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no. That's the fact in the mind of someone who's still in the infancy of their journey. Okay,
Yeah,
it's not. It's not
and
that we're
sorry to
nothing
cut
in
you
this
off.
world.
Is that at the same time I
No,
didn't
no, no,
finish
no, no.
my statement.
Hold up, brother. Please. It's not that we're nothing. It's that we're not everything. We're something.
It's
And
simultaneous. Yeah, we're
there's
simultaneous.
something. No, it's not simultaneous.
It's like yin and
Unfortunately,
yang, kind of.
no,
It's
sir.
like yin and yang, brother.
No.
Because at
Listen,
the same time, we can build and destroy within this world.
hold up, brother. Listen. What I'm trying to do with you in engagement is not an exchange of ideas. It's an exchange of practicality. See, the things I'm telling you, I can give you a formula, step by step. It's discipline, how you can improve your state of mind. It's not just something to entertain you, okay? Ultimately, thinking is fun, but any thinking which does not translate to problem solving is entertainment. It's what we call fantasy.
Yeah,
We use that for fantasizing.
and that's what you have to
There
do.
is a certain type of thinking that's associated with problem solving,
Yeah.
and this is how you would know that your thinking is associated with problem solving. That every new thing you discover is a solution to a real problem that you can teach other people, right? So right now, like I said, you're still in the point of discovery. So
Technically, can I cut you off?
your own perception of self, bro, is greatly influenced by what's outside of you rather than what is inside of you.
No, it's both. It's both, brother.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Like you're coming to conclusions.
Hold on. Okay, sure. Let me ask you something then. Okay, who are you?
My name is Manuel Gonzalez.
I did not ask for your name. I did not ask you what people call you. I did not ask you what name your parents gave you.
Who are you? You want me to define the word you, or who, or if you is a person? Like, 'cause we could get technical and like deep
Okay, okay, yeah,
and
sure,
whatever
sure,
you.
sure, sure, sure.
But
So
like
you
in the English
do
language,
do
when you
do you
in
do
the
you
English language, my brother, when you ask somebody who are you, the first thing they're gonna say is their title. If I'm not
sure, sure,
mistaken.
sure, sure, sure. So
So it's like,
I'm gonna simplify it, okay? Beyond what people have called you, beyond what other people have told you, who are you?
all right. So just so we're not like going in circles, what do you mean by that?
I want you to tell me what you've discovered about yourself that makes you you beyond what other people have told you, whether it was your parents, your friends, society, or the world around you. Who are you?
I'm a work of art. I'm a I'm a never ending process. I'm I'm developing. I'm a I'm a process. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. It's hard for me to answer that, to be honest, with the English language.
Okay,
It's a good question though.
now you ask me the same question.
Who are you?
No one.
Bruh. But that's technically, in a way, it kind of relates to what I was just saying a little while ago, my brother. That in this universe we're known. At the same time we are though. It sounds
Listen,
silly,
listen.
or
No,
maybe
no,
we're
no, no, no,
laughing
no,
at
no,
the
no, no.
wrong
Listen,
at
listen, listen,
different
listen,
things, but
listen. Okay, let me ask you the question and
yeah.
answer me in the same way that I answer you. Okay, just for experimentation purposes. So I'm gonna ask you who you are, and then you're gonna say I'm
You
no
are
one.
no one, bro.
Then I'm gonna
You are
give
no
you.
one.
Then I'm gonna give you a follow-up question. Which, because usually, bro, when someone asks you a question, you give them an answer, you will know they've understood you if they ask you a follow-up question. A follow-up question usually shows that the person is following with you and they are inquisitive about more. So I'm going to ask you the question again. I want you to answer me the
You're
same way
very
I
good
answered you.
at articulating your ideas, bro. I get that.
Yeah, no, bro. We're doing this together, bro. Believe me, I'm not better than you by no means. Who are you, brother?
But I just wanna.
Answer me in the same way I answered you, so we can do a quick experiment. I want to show you something.
You want me to ask you?
No, answer me in the same way I answered you. So I'm gonna ask you who you are, and you're gonna say to me, "I am no one." Okay? So who are you?
I mean, just only because you're telling me to say that
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
in this
yeah. It's
exercise.
yeah, yeah. It's just for experimentation purposes, bro. So who are you?
I'm nobody.
How do you know that?
How do I know that I'm nobody?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you're kind of leading me in the area where it's kind of like there's like I'm kind of confused. I'm gonna be real with you right
When
now.
I said to you that I was no one, you said to me that I was practically saying what you were saying. So that means that
Yeah.
if I put you in my position, you should be able to answer the question.
No, but you disagree, so I'm trying to understand where you're coming from
Okay, so let's do it
because
again.
I gave you my answer.
Yeah, cool, bro, cool.
I
So
gave
now
you
let's
my
do it
title
again.
because I believe when somebody asks you who are you, you give them your title. You don't get too deep unless you guys are aware of the fact that you guys are discussing what we're discussing. But long story short, my brother, I kind of want to lead this conversation into the no. Listen, what's funny?
Because
No,
I wanted to
nothing
take
is
you
funny.
somewhere, bro. You see, it's a
I want to go
philosophical
back
game,
to
right?
talking
It's
about
it's
God
a
though.
no,
Yeah, this philosophy. Let's lead it.
it's
Let's
all
lead it.
associated. It's all associated with the idea of God. Listen, like I said to you, bro. Once you realize what you are, you realize that believing in God doesn't add or take away anything from you, what you already are. Now, if you know that, but you still persist in
Yeah.
it,
Okay.
you have to know the reason why you persist on it, right?
Okay.
Now, check
So
this
when
out. Check this out.
so when you're asking me who are you, you it's like you're asking me what am I, as in what is my purpose and what am I. But it's like
Only you
at
can
the
answer
same
that
time when you're
question, bro. Only
yeah,
you
all
can
right,
answer
cool.
that
I'm
question
good
from
with
that
that.
perspective. Because guess what?
And
If
I'm
you ask,
comfortable with that.
if if
But
it's
in your
up to
opinion,
me,
I'm an infant. In your opinion, I'm an infant because I'm not like playing that ideology that you're playing, my brother. You
no,
could
no, no,
keep your
no,
head
no,
up,
no,
bro.
no, 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 no,
Relax.
no.
Sorry if I'm making you feel some type of way, bro.
No, no, no,
Hold
no,
your
no,
head
no,
up.
no, no, no. That's not what I'm saying. You're an infant because you are still at the infancy of self-discovery. So wherever your journey has taken you in life,
I
you spend
I
a lot of
disagree.
time. Hold up, let me finish talking. Then you will know what you're disagreeing with. You cannot disagree with what you haven't heard. You know, you are in the infancy of your journey of self-discovery. You haven't made peace with your state of being, which is obvious to everyone who's seeing you. You want to know? You want to know what's obvious to everyone who sees you? Everyone who sees you, who lives in this world, can reasonably conclude that there was a time when you didn't exist. They can also conclude that you exist right now. And they can also conclude that you will cease to exist. Who you are is caught between those boundaries. You're a temporary existence. And no matter how much, no matter what you imagine yourself to be, there is a clock on what, who, how, where you are. If you make peace with that, you realize that believing in God is useless other than for your emotional purposes, like you said in the beginning. Like you said, it's some people that is their coping mechanism. We have empathy for such people. We understand why they have to be like that.
Well, you said that, and I agreed with you.
Yes, in fact, in terms of substance, bro, you want to be a realist. The only way to transcend what a typical human being is to be a problem solver. Most human beings create problems than solve problems. So it's no longer what I can do for myself. It's about what impact I can have in the world around me while I'm here. Because we're talking about Charlie Kirk. No matter what I accomplish in this world, no matter how great I become, somebody else is going to benefit from it. And I will cease to exist.
Yeah.
That means that a day will come when it will be as though I was never here. Like there'll be no me.
Now this is gonna turn into talking about God again, right? Because when you say that you are nobody, where in a way I agree, it makes sense, but contrary, not really contrary, but on the flip side of that, right? You are somebody because you're a father. I don't know if you have kids. You're a brother. I don't know if you have brothers. I don't know if you have a family, right?
Hey, you see, now
you're
clicking. Good
speaker.
Now you're clicking. Because
no, but let me finish. Right? So you say that you're nobody, and in a way we aren't, right? But in a way we are. So there's two sides of that coin, right? From this perspective and in this dimension of what I'm looking at, like that's my understanding. So it's like
check this out.
When you step back and you put yourself in the position of the fact that you're nobody, which in a way, compared to other things in this universe, compared to the universe and what's beyond that we don't know, who are we to say or even discuss the fact that there is not a creator? Do you think that if the bacteria had a mind, they would know that something made them? It's like, in a way, bro, we're like germs and bacteria compared to everything that's around us, bro. So in a way, it's like, who are we to say that there is not a creator that magically created all this bullshit?
Whether there is or not, we are still who we are.
Facts, because we are somebody at the same time.
Again, listen.
So
listen.
It's the
No, hold up. If you
which
listen,
side of the coin do you want to talk about? Bro?
No, hold up.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, yeah. Slow down a little bit. That's why if you let me elaborate, you will understand properly. See, if I say to you that I'm no one, where am I getting the information from? And who am I no one in reference to? I'm no one as far as I'm concerned. But I can be anyone to you. Hold up, listen.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I am no one as far as I'm concerned. If you put me in a room, in a chamber for the rest of my life, and you put everything I need in that room, then what I am is irrelevant. It's just where I am, how I am, that will matter. If you put someone else with me, then who I am begins to matter. Because it's not who I am to myself, it's who I am to you. See, I'm no one to myself, but I can be anyone you want me to be for you. And I can only be to you what you treat me like.
From your perspective.
No. What you treat me like. You can only be to me what I treat you like. If I treat you like an enemy, you will be my enemy. If I treat you like my friend, you will be my friend. But before I made you, I was no one to you. That's the default place
Facts.
of.
Yeah.
You see. Not
Well,
only is it.
I have to
No,
interrupt.
no, 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 no. Hold
I
on,
have
hold on,
to
hold on. Before you
interrupt.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
See, part of self-knowledge is to not just know what embodies my being, but it's also situationally awareness. You see, there's an aspect of me that is everyone I also interact with. But it's not just in words, it's in practice. So, what aspect of me makes up the people I interact with is my relationship with those people. What exactly is my relationship with those people is not a title, it's my action towards those people, it's how I treat them. So, guess what? If you want to now play
Yeah,
philosophical,
but you be sorry, brother. But you being a human. Go ahead, finish. My bad. Go ahead.
so if I want to
Don't
live
lose yourself,
forever,
bro.
if I
Don't
want to
go
live
too far, bro.
if I want to live forever, who I am will have to include everyone that I know. If I want to live forever, I can live through others. I can live through you.
Yeah.
You see, when I find out who I
Memories, though.
am,
We're talking about memories.
again, that only comes down to you grounding who you are. I am the impact I have made in the world.
That's part of the definition. That's
That
part
is
of the
that is
of,
that
of
is
what
the.
makes you.
It's not just the definition; it's the practicality. You are what you do. See what I'm really trying to
But you're
communicate to
also
you.
saying that you're nobody, though.
What I'm really trying to communicate to you, bro, is that you
Go
are
ahead.
what you do. You are how you act. That's what you are.
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it.
You are not a father simply because you're a father because of a specific act. You're not a mother simply because you're a mother because of a specific act, right? And yet you can have
Yeah,
multiple titles embodied in one body. So
yeah.
how do I see myself? I see myself as no one. And how do others see me? Others see me based on how I treat them.
So,
Now
but there's also.
that is the maturity of
Let's keep it
self-discovery.
dialogue, bro. Let's keep it dialogue, please.
Brother, it's not you can
May we please keep it dialogue?
I get it, but I'm expressing something to you. I wonder if you understand.
Yeah.
It's because I
But
was trying to
need to interrupt so you understand, because there's 360 degrees in understanding and communication, right? Like, in order for things to keep going full circle, you can't just keep it on a 2D, bro. And you're kind of like going on a line where it's like you're missing certain facts when you're expressing your ideas. Because just a while ago you were saying that you're a nobody, and now you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is
Hold
part of.
up. That's why I said to listen. That means you didn't understand anything I just said. I just literally took you from what I said to
Yeah.
what I meant. Two different things. I just took you
Correct.
from what I said to what I meant. So you should have understood what I meant. Hence, you shouldn't have had a problem with what I said. See, if you hear what I said, but you don't understand what I meant, guess what? That's where communication fails. If I hear what you said, but I did not understand what you meant, right?
Yeah, pardon my level of intelligence.
No. This has nothing to do with intelligence. It has nothing to do with intelligence.
Or comprehension.
It probably has nothing to do with comprehension. It's just habits that we develop, bro. We all have the equal opportunity to develop good talking habits and good listening habits, right? You see, I do this a lot, so I get really good at hearing what people are saying and then keeping it in my head. You probably don't do it a lot, so it makes sense that, in conversation, but that's not like your fault. I have to understand that and not treat you like shit just because of that. So if I need to repeat myself, sure.
Yeah, see, good for you.
So what I'm saying to you is that the reason why I said you were in the infancy of self-discovery is that you're still impressed with the world. You're impressed. You're impressed by the things you discover. Right? You remember how in the beginning?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Sure. That is why a child can see gibberish and thinks it's beautiful. An adult sees that gibberish and understands that it's gibberish. But that child will never know that it was gibberish. So because that child doesn't have experience. So this has nothing to do with our physical age.
So you don't think that
this has nothing to do with our physical age. This infancy that I'm talking about. This has everything to do with what you have been doing with the time you have. Okay? A lot of people spend times in fantasy, rather than in problem solving. So they don't mature that quickly. Though they might eventually mature, right?
So you honestly think that from what you observed and the information that I'm sharing with you, that I'm not making any sense of what I'm saying?
No, I think you're making sense. It's appropriate to your level of experience in life. And I was actually saying to you that you're in the infancy. I see that as a compliment. That means there's so much room for you to grow. And there's so many problems in your life right now that the solution is literally you just looking back at your life, analyzing the experiences you've been through, and extracting the solutions out of it. That's literally
And
what it means.
me being impressed by the universe, and me being impressed of what I'm observing in this fabric of reality makes me a baby.
What problem does that solve? You being
You know,
impressed by that?
from my
Yeah. I'll show you.
it's solving understanding.
No. What
Is
problem does?
knowledge?
Hold up.
Is me gaining the knowledge to have the understanding?
If you look at the stars and you're impressed by how many there are, what problem does that solve?
I'm not, but who says that my intention was to take that information and solve something?
Thank you.
It's just observation.
Thank you. So I'm saying to you is that the more brain power you
But
dedicate.
in a way, sorry, let me interfere and finish and kind of finish, because it clicked what I'm saying, right? Because at the same time, though, me observing this reality, and it's like, all right, it's one thing to see the beauty in it, and to see and to give credit to the fact that it's a cool phenomenon or whatever, right?
Give
But then
credit.
it's like,
Give credit to who?
to exactly, this is what I was gonna say too, because it goes back to the fact if there's a God or not.
Okay, so
But
you see
your
now
understanding.
your approach forces you not only to
Let
now
me
have a
finish.
need to
Let me
give
finish, because I
credit,
feel like
but
I feel like you're gonna take us in another way. Because, pardon me. Hold on. You're my bad. I'm in the car, and when I'm sitting for too long, it starts making that noise. But yeah, it goes back to the fact that maybe there's a creator, and who are we to say that there isn't, and he doesn't play a role in our development, or giving us a green light or a red light. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's
Check
speculation.
this out, Michael. Only children live their lives based on maybes. Only children make critical
He
decisions about
said,
their
"Beat it,
existence.
Michael." My name's
Only,
Manuel.
only children.
My son said, "Beat it."
It's okay, bro.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Only children make critical decisions about their lives and existences based on maybes. As you grow up as an adult, you start learning that your decisions have to be founded on realistic facts, because actions have consequences, thoughts have consequences, right? So if your assumption is that, well, who's to say that maybe there's not a God? Well, bro, you're just gonna be stuck in that maybe until you breathe your last breath, because you ain't gonna figure it out. Or you can just go with the reality of the world as it is. You don't see a God anywhere. There isn't one. Simple as that. If one was there and you see it, then there is one. Simple as that. It either is or it's not. If you want to go down the path of maybes, you're going to wander around in circles, and you're probably your physical body will grow and develop, but you'll be in a constant state of maybes. And most people are in a constant state of maybes. Most people are in a constant state of maybes.
I mean, the way that I'm looking at it now is just that we have the fact that we have two different.
Hold up. Do I see Jesus? Is that Jesus? I see in the comment section. I just saw Jesus in the comment section. Well, hold up. Reynoso, the only Jesus I know. Huh?
Who?
No, it's somebody in the comment section.
Copy.
The one who died for the sins of all Mexicans. Go ahead, Manuel.
No, well, where do we leave off at?
Like I said to you, only an infant spends their time in the abstract when it comes to major decisions about their reality. Let me ask you a question. Straightforward question. If you die today,
I mean, I understand why you say that, but at the same time, that's not my reasoning. That's not my core of reasoning, and that's not my
Okay.
That's not the motive. That's not the motive of
we
my
don't
love.
drag. So we
That's
don't
not
drag
the
along.
motive of my love and my peace with
Yeah,
others.
sure. So we don't drag along. Just tell me what
Does
is
that
the.
make sense to you though?
Yeah, it does. It does. So tell me then, what is the
Yeah.
motive of your love and peace? Just go straight forward. What is it?
My reasoning.
What gives you peace?
The absence of bullshit.
The absence of bullshit gives you peace. Let me analyze that in my head for a little bit.
Does that sound crazy?
No, it sounds like
I
bullshit.
mean, that's
It
the
sounds like
best definition I
bullshit.
could give. Like, I'm gonna
No,
be real.
bro. Forgive
To
me.
you,
Forgive
yeah, I
me.
mean,
Forgive me.
give
But
me a
it
bit. Now you
sounds.
good.
No, bro. The problem is that
Go
it
ahead.
sounds like bullshit. So if you said the absence of bullshit gives you peace, but what you just said, when I compare it to what you've been saying this whole time, that kind of sounds like bullshit to me. So forgive me if I misunderstood you. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm chilling, all right, let's say I have a long day at work, right, and then I go home and I'm on my bed. That's my peace right there. That's peace.
To be home and on your bed. So anytime you're not home and on
Yeah,
your
chilling.
bed,
Yeah, relaxing. Relaxing. I
are
don't
you
understand how one would disagree with that.
is
It's almost like a
no
simple
no,
answer.
I cannot agree nor disagree with you because it's your truth, right? So I'm not
Yeah,
in a position to pass judgment here. I'm only in a position to analyze
yeah,
your words. I might share my opinion, but my opinions don't really
yeah.
carry
All right,
any
so let
weight.
me. All right, so pardon my language, by the way, to the people in the comments. I don't know if you know what I mean, but
But I already
all
told
right,
you you
so
can speak,
that's
you can
from.
say whatever you want to say, bro.
I don't know if TikTok has terms and conditions or whatever, right? But all right, so the absence of BS is what gives me peace, and it's how I view peace, how I feel when it's not around me, right? So then I feel at peace. But let's say if I'm by myself, right, and I don't have the ability to um indulge in that state of mind, right? It's on me to notice that I'm chilling, so I don't have to worry about what I can't control. I don't have to worry about what's not there. You know what I mean? That's not touching me or insulting me. There's nothing around me in that moment and in that state of being where I can. What happened?
You
Does
know
that make
what,
sense? Because
bro,
I'm not the best
check
at
this out.
articulating my
You're
ideas.
using too many words, and
Copy.
you're just proving my point. You are still in the infancy of your journey of self-discovery. In fact, what you just said in the last 5 minutes
Yeah.
even proves that even more. Your peace still
All right.
depends on your state of being. Your circumstances, not your state of being, your circumstances. So circumstances still dictate your peace, right? See, now let me tell you my peace. I don't even need peace. Peace to me is not really that useful. So if I could even use a word to describe peace or the core of my peace,
All right.
any moment when I'm conscious of the fact that I'm alive, regardless of what I'm going through, regardless of how I am, I could literally be laying down with only one leg. If I'm still alive, my peace is guaranteed. My peace is guaranteed, bro. The only time when I can say that my peace is not guaranteed is probably when I'm asleep and I'm not going through some form of lucid dreaming, So if I'm in an unconscious state, but being alive, because I've realized that life is so valuable because it's rare, it's random, it's temporal. It's actually like what's impressive about life is not where it comes from, it's not where it's going, it's not who made it, it's what it is in every present moment. And if I have it, regardless of how much of it I have, that's enough to satisfy me. See, my standard for happiness is so low. It doesn't take much to make
And that's a
me
good thing.
happy.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like my standard and me interpreting me receiving peace. But you say that it doesn't matter to you,
Yeah, what's peace?
what is peace?
Bro, I'm satisfied whether there's war or there's chaos
You
or there's
don't. I
order.
mean, from my understanding
I'm
of peace,
alive.
There's something that's good to us.
I'm alive.
Yeah, and that's peace. Yeah,
I could
but
be at war.
you get that while you're in peace.
I could be at war. I could be broke. It doesn't matter. I could be sick. It doesn't matter. And guess what? The only
I mean,
situation that could take my peace away is if I was dead and I knew that I was dead. But dead people don't know that they're dead. That's why life, since the day I came into this consciousness, has been nothing but enjoyment for me. Literally. When I get up in the morning, I don't have to think about how my day is going to go. However it goes. When I make a
yeah.
decision,
To me, that's as interesting. It's interesting. It's an interesting perspective. And
it comes
do you
down to,
believe that this is the definite truth of man and
ah,
how it should be and how one should live? Like the
yeah,
way that you speak
yeah,
is confidence, and it could
yeah,
be admirable,
yeah.
but at the same time, it's almost a little delusional. And from my perspective,
No, no, no.
respectfully.
It's consistent with the temporal nature of life and the fact that life is vanity. Let me give you an example. Before you came on, I was saying something about Charlie Kirk. Some Christians
So
right now are probably debating where Charlie Kirk is. Some people think he might be in heaven. Some people think he might be in hell. Those who disagreed with him. But we all know for a fact that he's in the freaking cemetery right now somewhere.
yeah,
Now, as great as Charlie Kirk was, as many people as are talking about him, for as much money as he's making, sooner or later, somebody's going to be fucking his wife. Somebody's going to be raising his kids. Somebody's going to be spending his money. If Charlie knew that while he was still alive, maybe he had peace. You know, if he knew that and he also knew exactly where he was going to be while those people are doing that, you know,
but you're also saying on the flip side that what is peace? So it's like why would it matter to Kurt?
it
So
mattered
this
to
is
him because when he was alive, he attributed certain values to those things, and his peace might have been dependent on it. Now, I don't know him personally, and if he didn't, that's what I'm saying. Either he did or he did not, right? So you right now, bro, all the problems you're worrying about, it's not even going to change how your life is going to end. All the things you're happy about
yeah.
is not going to change the way your life is going to end.
I'm
If
aware
you're
of that. Yeah,
if you're simply satisfied with your state of being, you've arrived at the point of maturity. And then once you arrive at that point of maturity,
I agree.
there's no longer anything you need to do for yourself. So naturally, you will now go into the world to try to do something for others. Lay down your
All right.
life.
So
You see,
what if I
that's
what if
perhaps one of the greatest statements I agree with in Christianity that I think is
yeah,
practically close enough to reality. Greater love had no
yeah.
man than he that laid down his life for his friend.
Yeah,
Now,
there's
I
certain
don't
things that I do that I sorry, pardon me. There's certain things that I agree with scriptures as well, and there's other things that I mean. There's things that I'm agreeing with you as well too, and there's things that I'm disagreeing.
Manuel, let me ask you a question,
What's
bro.
up?
Let me ask you a question.
Where was the joke at though? Like,
No. The joke was
if
in
you
my
don't
head.
mind me asking.
The joke was
Go
in my
ahead.
head. The joke was in my
Cool.
head. And it's not so much of a joke as just the moment. You know why I spoke to you for so long?
What's up?
Because bro, like it really it's really entertaining for me to hear people be sincere about how they feel, where they're coming from, how they view the world. And
Yeah, same.
I can
I
only
agree.
state my opinions to you, but I want you to consider that if there's any element of truth in what I'm saying that can help you grow as a person within your own personal life, and this is not to by any means insinuate that I'm better than you. It might just be maybe I have an outside perspective, and it might be completely useless to you. But like I said, you are in the infancy of your journey, and you're going to get to the point where you're going to realize that God doesn't exist. If you've already gotten to that point, I think that you might be more grown than most typical infants. But bro, you
I
are
mean,
responsible.
my definition of what God is a grand designer, like
Sure, sure, sure,
that
sure,
created the math that
sure,
manifested everything in existence.
sure. Final words, bro. You are responsible for every thought, every action,
Facts.
and every decision you make. And it's better not to lie to
But,
yourself.
but what does that also matter coming from a person like you that's demonstrating your way of thinking? Because 1 second you're nobody, 1 second you're this and that from
I am
others' perspectives.
I
But
am
then you're
nobody
also saying
I am
that
I
peace
am
doesn't matter, and then now you're giving me advice on how how I should manage my journey
No,
and the information that I'm gonna.
I said to you that it wasn't advice, so you don't have to take what I'm saying. You just need to hear me
Yeah,
and understand me. Do with what I'm saying whatever you want. I think I explained very contextually what I meant, right? I am no one to
yeah.
myself,
You did, yeah.
and I am to everybody
That's that
how they treat me and how
that's
I
why I'm
treat
here,
them.
by the way, to articulate and exercise my communication, which like I said before, that I admire the fact that you can articulate and express your ideas as well. And
That's
I'm
right.
glad that you're getting a kick out of it too. You know,
No.
it is
It's
what
not
it
just
is.
me. I think a lot of people learn by seeing our mindsets. Like you said, you kept trying to go back to God, but it seems like you have your own personal belief of God, which
Yeah.
is I don't want.
No, the only
There's no hold up, hold
if
up, hold
if
up, hold
if
up.
it doesn't, I
There's
mean,
no
it
need.
can matter or it doesn't matter
There's no
for me
need
to
for you
express
and
my
I to
reason.
even talk about God because based on
Yeah,
what you've said about God, you're proving my point.
yeah.
God is purely imaginary, and it seems like you've imagined your own version. It works for you,
Mm,
good for you, bro.
all right.
We don't have any problem with that. What I was saying to you
I
is,
understand why you say that.
of course, I expect you to understand, you know. So thank you for
Yeah.
confirming, though. Thank you for
That
confirming.
doesn't mean that it's the truth, though.
I mean, if you
What is
made
the
it up,
truth to you, though?
if you made it
What
up
is
in
the
your
truth to
head,
you? What's your name?
brother,
Respectfully,
hold up,
Bangtanga.
hold
What
up.
is the truth to you if
Are
peace
you
doesn't matter?
are you saying
Truth
to
don't
me
matter to you.
truth doesn't matter to me because I have?
Checkmate.
Listen, peace, all those things don't matter to me because I have something that transcends all of that. Knowledge of self, a realistic knowledge of self. There is no lie. I don't tell myself a lie about what I am. You see, I don't tell myself things to make myself feel good if it's not true, beyond. I don't tell myself anything that will make me take an action that I will regret. I'm the type of person that if I fuck up, bro, I receive my punishment as happily as when I graduate. Like I look forward to the consequences of my
Yeah.
bad decisions as much as I look forward to the consequences of my good decisions. I don't necessarily
Same, because it's the
prefer
opportunity for growth,
I don't necessarily
I'd say.
prefer a good day over a bad day. I just take them as they come.
Yo, I
Right?
got a good hater. I got a good hater in the comments. Can I send people roses?
Bro, nobody hates you. Nobody
No, I'm
hates you.
saying he called me a baby. He said to kick on. Like, bro. Anyways, continue. It's interesting. This is the first time I'm seeing somebody come at me like that, bro.
Bro, you know I've been
Well, yeah,
trying to reach a good end of the conversation for like 5 minutes. So I'm just gonna say thank you for your time, bro. Hey, Art, you had something to say or what?
Hold on, repeat that because my headphone died, and I got you back on the phone, so I didn't hear that last comment. Wait, before that made you start laughing.
Nobody hates you.
No. I mean, I didn't. It's not that serious.
All right.
But we never know though. It could be somebody looking at my skin and hating me for my skin, bro. You understand? It's the kind of world we live in. Unfortunately, we don't know that, but it doesn't matter though.
Can you control what other people do?
To a certain extent, if they're next to me, yeah.
Can you control how other people feel?
To a certain extent, if they're next to me, yeah.
To what extent?
I can make them feel pain. I can
And
make a woman feel pleasure.
okay.
How about you? Can you make a woman feel pleasure?
All the time. That's
Okay,
fine. But
funny. Hey, listen,
that's
man.
not
I
no
could be
no. Hey, Manuel. That was not the essence of what I was trying to ask you.
Listen, man. Hey, you're the
No,
director of this
I
conversation.
was asking you if you can control how people feel about you as in hate or love.
Yeah, to a certain times I can, yeah. Because my actions, listen, man. I can yeah, think about it. You're a smart man, bro. Figure that out. But yeah, you smart, bro. You know that. You know that I can and I can't, bro. It's two sides of the coin, bro. Is as above, so below, like how they say too, bro.
Sure.
Does that not
But
make sense?
listen, I don't
You
know,
have your
bro.
perspective, and you're asking questions from your perspective, and you want certain answers from your perspective, and you have your intentions, you have your motives, and you have your ignorances, and you have things that make you happy, things that you consider funny, and I respect that, bro.
And we
It
also
is what it
have things that we can have a common understanding, and it's within that field of operation that you and I are even communicating. We're not communicating purely from our subjective groups here. If not, there's no need for us to be talking. We might as well be two birds in the jungle just making random noises. So there's a common place where
Yeah.
there's a common understanding, and within that common understanding we must
Unfortunately,
resonate.
that's not always the case, though. But even within this conversation,
No,
understand there's things.
within this conversation, the common place is that you can understand the words I speak, and you can observe reality to see if my words are consistent with reality, and I can do the
Yeah,
same about what you say.
exactly.
Now,
But
hence,
there's also disagreeing on the
sure,
fact that
sure.
those things that you consider facts, that I believe that you don't even really have the proof to even prove it.
Like
Like
what? Like what?
you're not even nothing compared to
Like
the
what?
fact that
Like what?
the creator, like the fact you're nothing compared to the fact that there might be a creator to this
No,
to
it's
the
not a
universe.
fact that there might be a creator. That's a fantasy. If we're gonna go just based off language, creation is something that only humans do. And human beings try to personify that. We take that action and we reflect it on other things. Just
Can
like
fantasies be a bad thing?
fantasies
Like
can be a bad thing in extremes, and when it dilutes you from reality,
but
makes you
it doesn't
delusional.
dilute me to reality. I just wanna establish that just in case you know. And
It
for the
depends.
fans,
I don't know. I don't know your life.
it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But you don't know you don't know that aspect of my
That's what I
perception.
said. I don't.
And
I don't. I don't. I don't know your life. I can just go based
so
on
at the same time,
what is
you've
common
also been
knowledge.
projecting, my brother. At
Huh?
the same time, at the same time, you've also been projecting on me certain things. You're a
Like
smart person.
what,
Just
my
like
brother?
on the flip side, there's
Like what?
on
Can you give me an example of something that I projected on you?
yeah, you said, oh, if I imagine that there's a God, then I base my life on that.
You don't.
Not always, no. If you want the honest truth,
So why do you imagine that there is a God then? Why are you wasting time, wasting thoughts? Why do you invest
because
time
I
in the
have
thoughts?
the time, I could do whatever I want, whatever the f I want.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
So
all it is.
it doesn't necessarily translate. It doesn't necessarily translate to an efficient way of thinking, right?
I mean, my bills are paid. I treat my kid good. I treat my woman good. Like it doesn't matter, and it kind of does matter. Like it all depends on
Bro,
the two sides of the coin.
bro, the most impressive thing about you, bro, is that, bro, you know how to navigate the world of maybes, bro. I feel like you're caught in a loop of maybes. Like everything for you is either is, kinda is, which is funny for me to observe because I don't operate like that.
It's the truth.
You know?
Because my opinion, from my perspective, that's reality, bro.
What's reality?
That there's something that is good is not always good. Something that's bad is not always bad. The balance, the possibilities, fantasies can be utilized to manifest things. It's
When
like
when you grow up, you're gonna learn that things are what they are and they cannot be what they are not. Something either is or it's not. The world of maybe is for those who lack knowledge, those who are still learning, and those who are still growing. In this world that you and I live in, something either
yeah.
is or it's not. It either is or it's not. If
All
you're
right.
caught,
So
if you're caught in the
what about
maybes, you still
perception
have
is
a lot to
reality?
learn.
What about perception is reality? That same.
Even within a specific perception, something would be what it is as perceived in that moment, and it cannot
What
be
if they
something
what if
else
they
beyond
killed
what
me
is
for that?
perceived.
What if I'm killed for someone's perception?
It is what it is.
So do you believe in justice, or do you think that justice is a thing?
Justice is the greatest virtue that can be conceived and put into practice by the human mind. It's a virtue of character and behavior, dispensation of reality as it is, void of any emotional influence. The
If
less emotions
justice,
associated with
justice,
justice, the purer the justice is. That's why pure justice is not a friend nor an enemy to anyone. It simply is what it is.
I mean, certain things that are considered justifiable do stem from emotions, though.
Again, that's an inferior form of justice. Like I said, true justice is void of any emotions. So if I'm a judge and I sit down and I have to dispense justice, the identity of the ones being judged doesn't affect my judgment, right? It could be my mom, it could be my brother.
Bobby.
Pure justice would be me passing judgment without taking into consideration any previous experience I've had with that person, except the facts of the matter at hand. And that's what humanity aspires to. That's what at a global level, and we've made a lot of progress. The fact that the world is the way it is today shows that we've made a lot of progress. In the past, people just went to war before they even sat down and spoke.
All right, so being that this is your channel, I'm gonna let you conclude it so that way I could move on with my life, and I have to get back to work. But it was
Hold on, you were working? You were working this whole time?
Yeah, I do Uber and Lyft.
Yeah, man, go hustle, man. Stay safe out there, man. Thank you for your time, okay?
You too, be safe. Thank you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I got a second, Wakanda, or you finna bring somebody up?
Go ahead.
Hey, the way you navigate the situations, like most people, like a lot of the deconstruction and this and that, they go straight Bible. And I know how well you know the Bible, so I'm not saying that. But your ability to deal with people on just an everyday basis, and the way you can use analogies and stories, and because that dude ain't bring up not one scripture for why he believed what he believed, and you was able to just kind of manipulate through that situation like that.
Bro,
Like, you know what I'm saying? And there's one other thing, the Sadat Mac, whatever to say, like Sadat, not Sadat Mac, but the people, the fact that they don't really want to be Christians no more. They used to want to be Christians, now they just want to be believers.
Bro, I don't know if you noticed it with that guy. He has one of the characteristics of people that are the hardest to have a conversation with and come to any reasonable conclusion beyond just trying to understand each other and just let it be what it is. Because the core of his mentality is a what if. Everything for him is a what if. Everything for him is a fat what if. Which, I mean, I guess some people operate like that. But I mean, in your personal relationships, you probably don't want to deal with someone that's a what if. Because you don't know if you can take their word for it. You don't know if they can be consistent. They can tell you one thing, turn around, do the exact, and they will be justified within their own mind. Now, in conversation, of course, it's hard to navigate, right? Because he could say something, but that's not really what he means. So such conversations, you can find it dragging like this. And to be honest, it can get boring. But I find it very interesting, bro, because there's a fear inside of people that terrorizes them to accept things to be what it is. So much that part of the coping mechanism of some people, especially those who might not necessarily be traditionally hardcore into religion, is just to blur the lines. Well, what if God exists? You can't tell me that there's no possibility that God could exist. Yeah, that just sounds like you don't believe and you're confused about it. You're confused about if there is a God or there's not. So you're just floating in the maybe. You know? For me, it's simple. God is like water. If there's water in this bottle, I'll say there's water in this bottle. There might be water outside this bottle. If I cannot see it, then there's no water in this bottle, nonetheless. Now, if there's water in the bottle, I say there's water in the bottle. Some people will be like, well, maybe there's water in that bottle because, you know, there's air molecules in it and maybe it can condense. Some people operate like that. But a person who operates like that is easily scammed. And that is the emphasis of my disagreement. Anytime you are not sure about something, you can easily be scammed. Sometimes it's better to be wrong than to not be sure. There are some times when it is better to be wrong than to be confused. And you will know you're confused when your position, it's like extreme skepticism, right? So skeptical to the point where you cannot emphatically stand by something or see something as it is and profess it to be so. This might not be harmful in the broader scale, in the broader scope of things, but in the individual aspects of people's lives, you can see those weaknesses. Anyways, let me see. I'll bring one more guest up. You know what?
Well,
Let's actually bring somebody that believes in God. The last few conversations have been just straight up, very abstract.
I appreciate you having me up here because if it's one thing, an advantage, sometimes when you be up here and you don't have all the questions that you want to ask, but you giving me the time to kind of chill for a minute, it lets through while you're developing your conversations and going through things, it makes me think of things that I can actually ask you because I'm up here now. So I really appreciate that.
Bro, I ain't tripping. If I'm gonna bring up people who disagree with me, I do it often. Sometimes I bring up people who agree with me, and you can just sit there. I mean, it's no hurry. I mean, shit, like you're not hurting anybody. So hey, I appreciate, bro. I appreciate you, just like I appreciate everyone else that comes up. This is our conversation. This is all for entertainment. There's no hate here. There's no love here. Just people talking. Some of you take this shit too seriously. Anyways, what's going on, sister? Your name is what? Your name is Chada Basie. Can you unmute?
What's up, bro? I'm a brother, man. What's up, man?
My bad, bro. Your picture looked like a woman, so I was like Chada Basie. Okay, bro. My bad. What's up, bro?
Man, I'm chilling. As far as the guy talk, I don't know your perspective. You know, because I understand a lot of understanding as far as we are gods and things like that, and
No,
I don't
we ain't.
believe in
We ain't no
structures that
gods.
some. Say it again.
I said we ain't no gods.
That's in another perspective of how anybody would perceive that.
Hey man, I can decide today that I'm a billionaire. It don't make me one. And from a certain perspective, I could be a billionaire in my head. It don't make me one. So I'm just going based on the reality of it, not poetry, not metaphors. We ain't no gods. We're animals, slightly intelligent than our counterparts, at best. And we die. We cease to exist. And we can only make something out of ourselves while we are alive. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, so it's like with you take it as everything is because it just is. That's how you thinking about it.
Everything is already what it is before you start imagining what you think it is. So when you see it as it is what it is. We're not
Okay, I
gonna
see.
you see. I'm not gonna become more than what I am simply because I imagine myself to be. This goes along with the bullshit of the whole law of attraction bullshit a lot of people like to do. If you imagine yourself to be a millionaire and you start acting like a millionaire, then you become a millionaire. Well, psych. There's a lot of broke millionaires then in this world. Shit, that would make me, bro. Are you kidding?
So you saying like you don't believe in ancestors or anything like that?
I don't need to believe in the ancestors. I am my ancestors.
That's true. That's true too. That's true too. So you think they're gone once they leave, they finish, that's it? They just was and they no more?
Yes, sir. Just like you didn't exist before your father and your mother copulated, just like I didn't exist before my father fucked my mother to have me, I will not
Right.
exist once I die and my body decomposes.
Right. You don't believe in spirituality at all.
Spirituality is just a fancy word to say mental health.
Mental health.
Yep. That's why you read the Bible, you don't find the word mentality. You don't find the word mentality in any ancient text. The language has changed. Spirituality was just the psychology and the mental sciences of the ancient times, people trying to learn how to care for your physical body and how to care for your mental health. And because back then it was a superstitious world, they used a lot of superstitions and poetry to represent different aspects of the mind. But it comes down to physical health and mental health. Beyond that, you need no more bullshit.
That's true too. That's an aspect of it. You don't think that you're nothing outside the flesh. I just get a full understanding
Have you
of
ever
your
seen?
perspective.
Have you ever met a living entity without a body?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
When and where?
It was actually multiple times. It was one time in my grandmother's house when I was a young boy. Um, I was around 8, and then the second time was in Africa.
Did you ever receive any mental health help?
It depends on what you mean. You
No, no,
mean
no,
like
no, 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 no. The experience you've just described to me sounds like a mental problem. And the solution is simple. Like I said to you, it's not spiritual, it's mental. If you met a living entity without a body, something was not clicking in your head. And that is worthy of, you have to speak to a mental health professional. If you see spirits, something is not right in your head. If you see people that are not real and it's not a dream, it's like maybe you're sleepwalking or something. Something's not right. Something's not clicking. There's a disconnection between your
what is,
left and
what
your
is
right brain. Your,
it's a
mel- your,
dream?
me- your medulla oblongata might have flipped upside down. Who knows? Something is not right. You're not in a
No, no,
sober.
no.
You're not sober minded.
See a dream. How do you see a dream? What do
How
you
do you
think of dreams?
dreams?
Yeah. What do you think about dreams?
Dreams are just the vivid expression of electrical and chemical impulses in your brain, or should I say, autonomous thinking. You see, there are some activities of the physical body which are autonomous, which can also become, controlled. For example, your breathing. If you didn't focus on breathing, your body will still breathe. You can't help it. It's muscle memory. You learn that as a baby. If you don't think intentionally, your brain will still be processing thought. Now, when you go to sleep, your body goes into a state of relaxation, a deep state of relaxation, and it's no longer expensing energy to keep motion or keep busy. That allows the autonomous thought in your brains to take on a very vivid form, but it's abstract, never consistent, random as the word random can be random. Some people try to find meaning in them, and perhaps there is, because your random thoughts can be affected by past traumas and past joys. So they can tell you a little bit. Your dreams can tell you some things about your emotional state of being. Like if you're consistently having nightmares, that's going to tell you about your state of being. Like you've had a lot of traumatic experiences in your life. If you're having a lot of dreams about enjoyment, that means you've been having bliss in your life, But beyond that, dreams don't carry any particular significance, at least not to the best of our knowledge at this point.
Do you think like the animals have dreams?
Of course, the animal anatomy, especially mammals, function to a similar extent as ours do. A dog's brain is still processing autonomous thought while it's asleep. So you never seen your dog running while he's dreaming, while he's sleeping? That
Yeah, I've
boy,
seen it before.
that boy running. Sometimes they be wagging their tails.
Do
So how do you?
dogs have morals? I'm sorry.
Do they
My
have a
bad.
do they have a code of conduct? Yeah, they do. They do.
No, go ahead, my brother. Sorry about that.
No, my bad. I ain't get to hear what you had said. My bad, bro.
No, I just asked him, did dogs have morals? Did animals have morals? And like I said, the code of conduct, which,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
I agree.
conduct themselves in a specific way that is consistent when put in certain situations, and you can observe it. Hyenas are thieves, right? Hyenas literally are thieves. Like hyenas, they steal on purpose. Like they don't like to hunt their own prey. They hang around and let the lion kill the buffalo. Then they try to use their numbers to overwhelm the lion and steal his food. They're not doing that shit randomly. Them motherfuckers know what the fuck they're doing. A fox is very cunning. Your dog,
What you?
When your dog is all happy and wagging his tail, and you tell him to catch, he catches. Because you already told him that you're going to give him that treat. So he expects that treat. Now, if he does what you say and you don't give him the treat, he throws a fit. That motherfucker knows what he's doing. Your goat. Your goat was shit on the lawn. I'm tripping.
Yeah, it's all over the place. I know about ghosts. I had a few ghosts all
No,
over the
sir.
place.
No, sir. You mean goats? I thought you meant ghost. Ghost.
No, ghosts. They take shits all over the place.
You mean like goats? Goats like right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you meant ghost. Ghost like Holy Ghost.
No, talk about goats. The goats, they take shits all over the place.
Anyways,
Little
brothers,
pellet balls.
like I said to you, bro, if you are seeing spirits, you should go and check your mental health, because some people have to do mushrooms before they see that shit. And you know, if you have to alter your state of mind, it's a self-induced delusion.
Why would I have to alter my state of mind if it wasn't nothing bad? It wasn't nothing like sexual, nothing like that. It was all peace. It was all love. It was good. It was cool. And it was family members. What's wrong with that?
The fact that it's a delusion.
I don't see that often.
It's a delusion.
Like I see this all the time. A while ago.
It's a delusion. That tells you something about your state of mind, your ability to distinguish between what's real and what's not. You can get addicted to it, just like people get addicted to all types of drugs. It can make you incompetent in certain situations. It can make you falsely analyze a situation for what it is not. There are many strange things about the human body that the human brain can do that are not necessarily spiritual, but just mental. The thing is, like I said to you, historically, human beings, when they experience strange phenomena of the body, they like to be all superstitious about it. That's where miracles and all that bullshit comes from. We are to the point now where people just confuse their ignorance for miracles. Something happened, I don't know how it happened, it was God. Anyways, chatter, thank you for your time, brother. Appreciate you, okay?
Much peace and love.
Yes, sir. There is no God, there never has been, and there never will be. Stop lying to yourself. Now, if you know you're lying to yourself and you enjoy it, then feel free. Believe in all the gods you want. Shit, why are you only believing in one? Believe in all of them. If it's so good to believe in God, why do you only believe in one of them? Believe in all of them. Believe in Shiva, believe in Allah, believe in Jesus, believe in Ombongo. You know, if you like basketball, you don't have to only like one team. You can like all the teams. Prince Azan, greetings to you, my brother. Anyways, Art, ladies and gentlemen, I've been online for 3 hours. You know what? It wasn't bad for a comeback after being offline for such a while. So I would like to thank everyone. I appreciate everyone that came up. Let me take one last guess. What's cooking, Rockstar?
How you doing? How you doing? I had a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. When you say there is no God, do you believe there is no mass creator overall, or God meaning a title as an individual pantheon?
Beyond whatever a person can imagine in their head, there is no God.
So the evolution of the vibrations of the first God was sound. The God that creates
Sound is sound. Sound is not God. Sound is sound, but sound is not God. If you think that sound is God, then that's only in your head. Poetry. You should write poems. You be a poet. And I heard a voice like
So,
thunder in my head. It was the voice of
so do you
God in
believe in
multiple frequencies.
the prophet of Muhammad, Muhammad and Allah, and even Jesus? Do you even believe that even had uh, um, a fiction of anything even being realistically that happened in the books? Because I mean, the books ain't really ain't nothing but like people, me and we can write the books. It just people, scholars, no real evidence and proof of it. But I mean, they stories. Do you believe any of the stories is or just dramatic
The stories are
fact?
stories.
Yeah,
Fictional
in
stories.
the yeah. Yeah. But do you believe any of them have any truth to them?
No, sir. There's no entertainment. The purpose of entertainment is not to communicate truth, it's to entertain. And before televisions, human beings wrote all their entertainment in books. They wrote scripts, scripture,
So you
scripts.
believe the story of what they call Jesus? Actually, because the letter J wasn't even created until like the 1600s. So it was
Whatever it
whatever.
was a fictional story. Scripture. A script for a movie, a scripture for a story. A script for a movie, a scripture for a story. Script, myth, mythology, make believe, entertainment, not real.
So what do you believe the whole fact of like even to this day, the religion, what's the whole purpose of that? Control?
It has many purposes to different people. For the poor, it's a distraction from the miserable state of their existence. For the rich, it's for entertainment and an appropriate tool to keep poor people poor and keep them not a threat to their riches. Religion to a poor man is not the same as to a rich man. Religion to a rich man is a luxury, just like all his wealth. To a poor man, it might be a necessity as the only means to distract him from his poor state. That's why the Bible says, blessed are the poor. Blessed are the poor, for they shall inherit. It is more possible for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter heaven. Heaven is for poor people. You trying to enter heaven and you're rich? You ain't going to get into the Christian heaven. You might get into the Muslim heaven, but not the Christian one.
So if it's no God, then what you believe happened to you after you die?
Same thing that happens to all the motherfuckers in the cemetery. 6 feet deep, straight like a broomstick.
I mean, well, do you think it's in any life, any spirit, any soul, anything after this transformation of existence?
If there's life after death, why is it called afterlife? Oh, if it's called afterlife, that means that whatever is after is not life. If there was any life after death,
but do you believe it's something
afterlife? No, I don't need to believe in anything beyond what we see. You think I'm special? I'm not special.
No, do you believe it?
I'm going to end the way Charlie Kirk ended up in the cemetery. Yeah, when I died.
So our body is like a percentage of energy. Do you believe that energy will be like a spirit, or what some people would call a soul?
The energy in my body doesn't become a spirit any more than the energy in a car becomes a spirit when you take the car to the junkyard. No, sir. Energy flows through things. Nothing holds energy permanently. Energy is not consciousness. Okay? You and I are only conscious because of the unique constitution of our anatomy. Our body is structured in
So
such a
that wouldn't
way.
that wouldn't transfer with our energy, our conscious,
No, we don't.
to the
You
next
don't. You
state.
don't own any energy. Our bodies don't store energy; they recycle energy. Whatever energy is in our body is consistently recycled. That's why when I eat, I break down the food. It goes into my stomach. It gets digested. It gets converted. I use it up, and I run out of it. Then I go get more food. That's energy. The only energy that's in my body is gonna come in through the water I drink, the sunlight I'm exposed to, and the food I eat. And there ain't no more energy beyond that. So yeah, there's not
Well,
some
you know
there's
the
there's not
energy.
something in my stomach storing energy from when I was 5 years old. No sir.
Well, you know the energy that when we animate it versus, because it's an energy that leaves our body when we not animated. Basically, when we die, it's a portion of energy that leaves. It's like a study. Like it's a study on it that
Different
actually
forms of
leaves our
energy,
body.
different forms of energy are grounded in different ways, right? Your body has an electrical network. It also has a hydraulic network. It also has a pneumatic network, right? So you would take your last breath, and you have your last drink, and you would discharge your last static electricity, one way or another, right? That's it. But it is the combination of
So
all those things together that make you who you are, alive, conscious, and active and animated. But upon the cessation of all bodily functions, so does your existence expire. You're not a singular
Mm.
so
cellular
you
organism, you're a multicellular organism. Go ahead, Art.
do you also disagree then with the fact that people say we're living in a simulation?
I mean, there's no evidence to support that. It's a theory that's, void of evidence. So I don't really pay too much attention to that until I see some credible evidence that requires my attention. If we live in a simulation, I mean, that's fine. But we human beings, we like to project our insecurities upon the world around us, right? Some people think the world might be like a
What
computer.
will be what? I mean, advanced simulation. What will be the definition of like the simulation? What if we've been basically put into a situation for it to play out, which it knows how it's going to play out? Ain't that a simulation?
If we were in a
Do you?
simulation,
And then
if
another
we,
question.
if we were in a simulation, there's two things that are possible. The characters that we are and our sense of identity is just data that can be stored in some type of, database, and that can be transferred from one embodiment to another, if that's true to a certain extent. But our sense of self is greatly associated with the sensations of our physical body. So if I was somehow able to transfer whatever you think might make you who you are into another body, that wouldn't be you anymore. The way you feel, the way you taste, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you think, the way you sleep, it won't be the same. That's not you. You are you because not just,
But you,
based on how you think, based on how your body reacts to everything around you, There's,
Yeah,
well, it's just for the experience.
like our unique experiences is what
Ain't
gives
that
us
what
unique identity.
simulations is actually? Ain't that what simulations actually is? Basically for to experience something without
We're
actually.
sure as hell love it to be a simulation, bro. But I tell you something, bro. Whether it's a simulation or not, the experience we're having is very real to us. The pain we experience is very real to us. Beyond just a simulation. So if you think it's a simulation, then maybe pain is not that bad. Then shit.
That's, I mean, because the video games is getting close, but I mean, from a do you believe in the Anunnaki and us genetically being structured by extraterrestrials,
I
basically
think I think
from a different
I
planet?
think there's enough evidence to suggest that that is a very realistic possibility. Yes, that not necessarily Anunnaki, but that if human beings did not evolve
And that's where
naturally,
all the god pantheons come from.
if there's no evidence that human being, if there's a possibility that human beings did not evolve just naturally, and that there was some form of artificial evolution associated with the development of human beings to the current stage that we are right now, then it's possible that it could be the work of a different civilization. But that still does not answer the question of life and its origins. So the origin of life will still be an evolutionary process. Whether life had already evolved a long time ago to a point of high intelligence, to the form where that high intelligence can produce other forms of intelligent beings, right? Like kind of what we're doing with artificial intelligence. If we ever achieve some form of autonomous, completely independent AI system, would it, and even one that has the ability to replicate or reproduce, that will be a different life form. You still will not change
Because
evolution.
we got a cap on one of our gene codes. It's called the it's the life like for a longevity of time. You know what I'm saying? And it looked like that it's been genetically capped itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we
I find
were
it very
structured.
strange. I find it very strange. The very short lifespan of a human being compared to the totality of time is one of the reasons why I think that human beings were not engineered. And if we were engineered, whatever engineered us was threatened by our existence, right? Because if we were engineered, there's no reason why our lifespan should be capped at what it is, and there hasn't been continuous improvement. Like we should have human beings right now that can live 1,000 years, 2,000, 3,000 years. I mean, just look at the progress that we've
Yeah.
made ourselves, right? The progress we've made ourselves to where we can live, we can take care of ourselves, improve our standard of living just with our technology. In 200 years, we went from riding horses to flying across the sky. So if there's some form of alien civilization that has the technology to engineer humanoids like us, I mean, I would imagine that the technology should have improved so far by now that they can produce far better human beings than what we are. But we do not observe that. And if such a thing
Well,
is here, then we haven't encountered it.
if we was for a workforce, then it would probably make sense why they would make our cap. Not for us to grow too.
Yeah,
The
but
older we grow, the smarter we grow.
that's not the natural instinct of a designer, of someone that's making something. Think about it, bro. The more we make machines, we don't make them so they can break tomorrow. We don't put a cap on them. We're actually obsessed with making machines that can be just like us, that can perform to the same level as us, to the point where we risk even making them better than ourselves when it comes to certain things. So I don't see why anything out there that will be designing would have intentionally capped, unless, like I said, they would have made something that they found to be a danger to themselves. And that could explain the natural hostility that human beings
Yeah.
have. No, human beings are very hostile. Human beings are very, very hostile to
Yo,
anything which is
they
not
are.
human. And if we find something and it's not human, the first thing we do is put it in a cage. If it could be the
If it's
coolest
not
shit
being
ever.
worshipped, it become hostile towards it. If it's not being worshipped or loved, then it become hostile. So
Yeah,
that would make sense why a lot of them wanted to be worshipped.
No,
So
not
it,
it.
it refutes.
I'm talking only about human character. So if we find something and that thing is overwhelmingly more capable than us, yeah, we sure ourselves start kissing ass and worshiping. But if it's not that much capable, our natural instinct is to compete. Like if we see something if we meet an entity that had knowledge that we didn't have, our natural instinct is to want to gain that knowledge, any means necessary. And it doesn't matter if it's white people, black people, Asian people, we're all the same when it comes to that aspect. If we see a fucking gazelle that can walk upright, first thing we're doing is taking that motherfucker to a lab. Now, if you're some primitive tribe, you might bring that motherfucker and put him in a fucking hut on the mountain and worship that motherfucker. It's worship or capture for human beings. And that tells you a lot. That tells you a lot about our survival instinct. That practically just about anything which is not human threatens us. Shit, we threaten each other. We threaten each
Yeah.
other. We are naturally hostile. If our natural instinct is to dominate anything we encounter, and we have a very unfair advantage in numbers. That's why I feel bad for any aliens that invade the world. These motherfuckers better pull up with some advanced planet destructive technology, because if they fuck around with humans, bro,
Because I mean,
we will fuck them up so
from
bad.
if the aliens is anything like the pantheon gods that they worship back then, I mean they had control of elements, and they had
Yeah,
some type
yeah,
of
yeah, bro. But
sophisticated
if
way to
if
control
you
the element, and they got worshipped as that titled as a god.
yeah, but if you follow the mythologies of old and these so-called gods that were worshipped, listen,
They are the same.
even within Christianity, okay, bro. The one thing that I always found strange
Yeah.
about all religions is that every religion has room within it for a human being to ascend to the same position as the gods. So whatever the gods were, it never was something that human beings could not become. The only thing now is that the gods will now decide what path or what disciplines or what rules humans have to follow in order to become like them. In Christianity, eventually all Christians become like God. Literally, exactly the same as God. Just as powerful, just as capable. In Islam,
Bakanga,
yeah, go ahead.
how? Excuse me, sorry. How would you describe control? Because that's kind of what I'm having. Control. I kind of talked about it a little earlier. Are we? I know you said you got to do certain things, but how much are we really in control, and what is control?
Limited control. So there are many boundaries of control, many domains of control, right? Even within your own physical body, with as much control as you have over your body, there's certain aspects of it you cannot control. And then the world around you, the more knowledgeable you are, the more control you gain. The less knowledgeable you are, the less control you have. That was the core of knowledge is power. Because knowledge gives us the ability to control. But the need to control always comes out of necessity, usually the need to facilitate survival. Right? So an all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent being has no need to control because it has nothing that threatens its existence. But anything whose existence is threatened in any way, shape, or form by something else needs control. Anything that needs to act in order to survive needs control. Control is just the ability to decide the course of events in a situation, in a circumstance, over something or someone. That's what control is. Conduct.
But so
We have control over how we conduct ourselves. You have control over how you behave. It's a limited control, but it's enough to facilitate your survival.
what about people who are like mentally challenged? It's like you putting it on your. Once again, it's putting it back on your own abilities to handle
Yeah,
stuff or do stuff.
people who are mentally challenged, especially, there's just so many aspects of reality that they're not conscious to. So their entire experience is within the bounds of the sensations that their body manages to perform. So they can never really have a total comprehension of the world around them. Hence, we call them disabled because there are things they're not able to do. And usually, most of the time, they're not even able to provide their own basic needs for survival. You see, that is the difference between someone who is able and someone who is disabled. The metric for someone who is able is a spectrum, especially cognitively, but the minimum standard is easily achievable with a decent amount of health. But someone's health can be fucked up from the very beginning to the point where, their existence is just compromised from the beginning, to the point where sometimes it's almost better that they were never born.
Yeah, it's like really no. I don't know where I was going. I just like to hear your view on things. It'll probably register with something later, what you said, because I don't know how. It's like a crazy question. I can look up what the definition of control is myself, but I wanted to hear what your opinion on it.
Bro, that's why we go to school and learn something called English comprehension. At the very core of English comprehension is for you to take those codes or those alphanumeric symbols that we have, and then code them in the form of words, and then code them in the form of a clause, then code them in the form of a sentence, then code them in the form of a paragraph, then code them in the form of an essay, and then you can ultimately code them in the form of a book. All of that are different levels of transmitting information. And comprehension comes in being able to not only interpret what is coded, but put it into practical application. So your comprehension will be considered, at a high level based on your ability to process that information and turn it into practical skill and talent. That's what intelligence is. The intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skill. So it's not just the acquiring of knowledge that determines your intelligence, it's also the application of it. And the application of it brings about the most productive results. It directly translates to solutions to problems. Some people, they can memorize a whole book, but tell them to put that shit to practice, no clue.
Well, I feel kind of ignorant in a sense, even though it's to certain asking certain questions when I know they're kind of rhetorical or something. But like the fact, what I did get from you, the most thing that I did get from you out of tonight is, which I kind of overlook a lot, is once you cognizant of each breath that you take, that is peace. And that's what I took from tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You see,
you searching.
The core of that principle is grounded in Buddhism, right? It's called mindfulness. Mindfulness. And there's many ways to practice mindfulness. It's been a while since I said this on TikTok, but everyone listening to me, try this experiment. The next time you go to sleep and you wake up, start counting how many breaths. From the moment you wake up and you're conscious that you're up, start counting your breaths. Try to continuously count until you get to the highest number that you can count. If you could even count the first 100 breaths without being distracted, that's impressive as fuck. If you do breaths and breaths don't work for you, you can count your steps. As soon as you wake up from sleep, start counting every step you take. Whether you're going to the bathroom, whether you're going to brush your teeth, you get into the shower, count every step. If you can count the first 100 steps without getting distracted, that's impressive as fuck. Now, you can do this even without sleeping. Just make a decision at any point of the day to start counting your breaths. And the higher number you can get to, the more mindful you can become. The more intentional you can become. It's a habit.
I was in that line. I remember that. I forgot about it till you just said it, but I remember that.
Yeah, it's bro. Mindfulness is a good skill to practice, bro. And there's many ways to practice mindfulness. It helps with focus. It helps with paying attention to detail. It also definitely helps with problem solving. It also helps with your IQ. It helps with your analytic skills in terms of speed, how quickly you can analyze a situation. That's the difference in leadership. There's some leaders that they're not really good on the battlefield themselves, but they just have the IQ. If you put them on the battlefield and they analyze the situation, they can decide the most effective course of action immediately. There are some leaders that if they're not on the battlefield fighting themselves, they have no clue what the fuck to do. It just depends on different disciplines and focus. Hence, when we go to school, they teach us a bunch of general information, but after a while, you have to specialize. You have to master. I encourage people to try to master anything you set yourself to do. You see, in our generation, because there's so much knowledge, bro, most people, they do everything half-ass. Most people have so many talents and skills, but it's all half-ass because they don't aspire to master anything. Like
That's
once they
totally me.
And bro, the advantage you would have when you master one particular thing, not only does it make it easy for you to set on a different path and master something else, but it keeps you motivated. It makes it very hard for you to give up. It builds courage. And courage is the antidote to fear. Fear can be annihilated by courage. Courage gives birth to bravery.
And I think I am, and I think that is what's happening. I'm kind of changing. I'm getting more courageous. Like I've never considered myself a coward, you know. But as I become dependent, more confident, and not dependent, knowing that religion is a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Now I really just it is me. It's like, and I ain't looking forward to no afterlife and all this and that. If I don't do it right now and enjoy it right now, I definitely feel like that all the time. I'm enjoying today. That's my thing. Like you saying, breathing, counting your breaths. My thing is to every day just realize that somebody worse off than you and just find everything that you could appreciate. So this type of thinking that you have is so motivational to me. So I appreciate you.
Thank you, bro. And you know what? This is a good place to end it here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Hey, Rockstar, Brother Art, thank you guys so much. I've been online far longer than I anticipated.
Thanks a lot, man. We
4 hours.
appreciate it so much.
4 hours. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, be the
Appreciate
best
you, Holly.
that you can be. You don't have to be the best, but you can always do your best. And when you do your best, you have no regrets. Live a life. Live a life. Such a life that in your dying moments, you have no regrets. And I trust that each and every one of you here is wise enough, definitely capable enough. In fact, the fact that you are here listening to me is proof that you are already very capable. Whether you agree with me or you disagree with me, I'm not the one that feeds you. I don't pay your bills, so I could never disrespect your humanity. So definitely, everyone listening to me, y'all, keep fighting, y'all. Keep living. Enjoy your life. This is the only life you get. At least this is the only life you're guaranteed. If there's another one, I guess we'll find out when we get there. But until that day, focus on this one, y'all. Thank you so much, y'all. Remember, we're not enemies. We're not enemies. We're just people who might agree or who might disagree. Okay? Just because you believe in God, it doesn't make you less than me. It might make you slow, but it doesn't make you worse than me. You might be full of shit, but it doesn't mean you smell worse than me. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got their own. Everybody's got their own. Okay? The more we reason together, the more we share our disagreements, the more we find solutions to problems. I'm not smarter than you. You ain't smarter than me. I am me. You are you. But we are in this bullshit together. And getting along increases our chances of survival. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you with this. Take care of yourself and take care of those around you, okay? And try not to get kirked. Try not to get kirked. Thank you so much, y'all. Bakanga is out. No, I have not seen the meteor in Panama, but we can talk about that next time, y'all.